Friday, and y'all know what that means. That means we're gonna have us a good old time tonight. I'm your host, Emmanuel Noisette. I want to welcome each and every one of you back to the live. I know we had a break last week. Your boy was busy. I was out there in them LA streets, making connections and putting in the work and doing what I had to do in the industry, because this is award season at this time. So for most critics out there, we get very, very busy when it comes to award season. So I had to go out there and put some work in. And if some of you have been following me on Instagram or on my Facebook fan page, you probably saw some of the pictures and stuff. I might have met a couple people. I might have chit-chatted with a couple folks y'all may or may not recognize. I don't know. But if we have some time later tonight, because we do have a lot to talk about, I'll share a couple stories with y'all, just people that I met and stuff like that, and we can have a good time with that. But I'll save that for later. Let me just say that for anyone that is new here, that is joining, we are going to cover the news from the week. Since I was not around last week, I'm going to try and cover some of the news from the week before that. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to cover everything because we'd be here for like 10 hours. And given the stuff that we got to talk about, it's probably going to be a minute anyway. So, we will definitely talk about I gotta talk to y'all about Godzilla. We're gonna talk about that in a second. There's some Deadpool news I want to talk about. We got some Blade news. I want to talk about Blade. We got Marvel stuff. We got stuff about Zack Snyder. And then, of course, as y'all know, the Jonathan Majors trial has already started. Unfortunately, I've been a little behind because I was not around to follow it as in depth, but I'm back. So I'm going to just tell y'all right now, I'm going to do my best to cover more of the later news that came out with the Jonathan Majors trial. We do have some new information, a little different evidence or whatever. Prosecution is turning up. So we got to kind of go through the information as best we can. And then, of course, there'll be some other wrinkles that we'll talk about later. But if you are new here, first and foremost, thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. If you want to participate, all you got to do is hit the subscribe button. It is free 99, won't cost you a thing. And you can go ahead and join in on the chat. You can share with the EFAM, share your opinions and thoughts, questions, all of that. Unfortunately, I can't get to every thought and question, but I do my best to go back to the videos and at least read through everything that way. But of course, you can do that just by subscribing, and you can join in as well. I think okay. One little tidbit, one little thing for all of y'all here on the live. And by the way, shout out to y'all, the replay gang. YouTube just changed the way that the ads and stuff work. Y'all remember when ads were coming in like in the middle of the stream and it was kind of just disruptive? They apparently changed something. I don't know how it's changed because it's very new. So I need y'all to do me a favor. If you're watching during, like right now, during the live, if y'all see like an ad go up, if it happens, if it interrupts or whatever, let me know. Just type in ad or something like that in the chat so I can kind of see what's going on with YouTube and see if there's a way I can adjust it, because I can't turn it off the way that I was able to before. So if mid-roll ads happen, let me know. If not, no big deal. Is there any other housekeeping stuff? Any other things that we should talk about? I don't know. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, so wait. I gotta give quick shout out to my man's who was this? I just saw it. That's my man Terrence. Thank you so much. Doctor Who is on Disney Plus. Show some love. Hey, shout out to Doctor Who. For all y'all that love it out there, it is. I didn't know that it was on Disney Plus, but brother, thank you so much for the $10 Cash App. So greatly appreciated. I've been hearing a couple good things about Doctor Who actually. So that's really good. Thank you for putting us on to that. Let me give some quick shout outs to those of you that have made it out tonight, and then we're going to get started. because we have a lot to go through. I got 2 weeks of stuff that I got to talk to y'all about. So we got to get into it, right? Let's see. Kristen Pratt holding it down with the Mod Squad. Thank you so much. Definitely appreciate you and the contributions. So glad that you could be here. Thank you so much. Namesake, what's going on? Good to see you. Ism Kism, what is up? Last of my kin, I see you. Thank you so much for being here. Boss, what is up? How are you? Jay, thank you so much for being here as well. 60 plus. Thank you for being here. What's going on? We got the homie Zia Latrice in the building. Thank you so much for being here. Great, my man. What's up? How are you? Let's see. My man Reese is back in the building. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Team Tech Boy is here. Y'all, we couldn't have a live without Miss Harper. Thank you so much for being here. Always a pleasure. Holding it down for the Mod Squad. Rachel, what is up? How are you? Shar, I see you. My man Didier, what's up? I heard you got a new house, man. Thank you so much for sharing that information, because I want to say congratulations on the new digs, and hopefully everything is all good, you know, and comfortable for you, because ain't nothing like a new place. But thank you so much for being here. Wonder, how are you? Thank you so much for being here as well. I'm gonna call you MV. I'm just gonna I don't want to butcher that. I don't want to make it bad. I'm gonna call you MV. What's up? Thank you so much for being here. I don't, y'all know me and names, me and new name. I don't know. I do the best I can until I get corrected. So MV, thank you so much for being here. Kimmy, what is up? How are you? Thank you so much for being here as well. Let's see. My man Dexter Reason is back. Good to see you. Come on through. We got the homie Deborah Rodriguez. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Talented One, thank you for being here as well. Let's see. Kiki, what is up? How are you? Good to see you again. Samantha's back. Good to see you. Callow, how you doing? Creative, what's up? How are you? Let's see. Treese, how are you doing? Thank you so much for being here. Kid Mellow, I see you. Diamond, what's up? Got the homie Rhonda, see you too. My man Anthony, how you doing? Let's see. I'm going through, trying to see. Mama Jay's in the building. Good to see you. Tony, what is up? My man Pierre's back. Chill Spot, good to see you. Paul, I see you. Theo, what's up? Let's get a couple more. Treble, good to see you. My man Jason Rodriguez is back. Thank you so much. Let's see. You know, y'all funny. Y'all real funny. I ain't gonna say nothing. Tyra, what is up? Good to see you. My man CJ is back. T-Ville, always a pleasure to have you. I love to see all the vets back. I love to see everybody coming back. Kristen, good to see you. Darth, how are you doing? My man Cal Payne is back. Raymond. And just shout out to everybody, because I know a lot of folks are coming back right now. It just brings me so much joy to see y'all coming back. It really does. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, let's see. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. With some of the live chats. So in an effort to try to be more efficient, I'm going to try and respond more so to the super chats that are related to either the topic we're currently talking about. If it's something like broad, like if somebody says like, yo, E-Man, what did you think about this video game trailer? Something like that, right? Like, let's just say it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm going to save those for the end of the live to talk about, because most people tuning in, you're tuning in for the news topics and commentary and stuff like that. So if it is I'm not saying don't ask me nothing. I'm just saying, if it's not something about, you know, what's going on right now with whatever news topic we're talking about, I'm just going to save those for the end, and then I'll just grab them all at that point. Okay, so we'll go with that. And if it's something quick like this, like my man Derek Gaines, how's Kobe, we can do that. Kobe's been great. Kobe's been fine. Even while I was away, I ain't heard no bad reports about him. So right now, everything is great. But thank you so much for that, Derek. Let's see. The homie Natalie is back. Yes, this is the Coretta Scott Kang live stream. Yes, that is what this is. Thank you so much. Let's see. My man Anthony, what up, E-fam? I just got paid. It's Friday night. Let's have this chat jumping all doggone night. Is it really alive if I don't see how many times I can get you to break with one of my jokes? Yes, it's alive without trying to break me. Why do you want to break me? I don't know. What did I do? What did I do? I'm becoming to serve the people and you just want to break me. Why? Man, why? See, Anthony, I thought you was gonna run like a 5K or something, man. Like, go run. Leave me alone. I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing to nobody. But thank you so much. Tony, I'm gonna get to your question at the end. Just so for the interest of time. So don't worry about that. We'll get to that a little bit later. All right, let's see. Oh, hold on, wait. Did I see something? Hold on. Look at that. Hold on. My boo thing here. So she's feeling a little under the weather right now. So y'all send some good vibes and energy and a whole bunch of vitamin C her way. But she is here and I see her over there with all that flu germs and stuff. Yeah. Don't laugh too hard because you're gonna blow them over here. Cough over there. Yeah, over there. I'm gonna throw you a Rico a lot later. But thank you so much to the queen being in the building. Definitely appreciate her for sure. All right, let's get through a couple here. Oh, JM, what's going on? Yes, I'm back. Shirt, thank you, is fire indeed. If y'all remind me, I'll see if I can. Where did I get it? Hold on, I'll see if I can remember where I got it from, and then because I know y'all want the links and stuff. Because I didn't make this, but I do remember somebody sent this to me, and I don't know where it was from. Oh, nope, I lied. Hold on. I'm about to hit y'all with it now before anybody asks, because I know somebody gonna ask for the link. So hold on. Here it is. Check the comments. Bam. There it is. Mods, if anybody asks for it, please share the link. But there it is. For anybody there. My goodness, yeah, that flu has definitely been going around man. So listen, I'm not telling y'all to go put nothing in your bodies. If you believe in a flu shot, cool. If not, just be safe. You see somebody a little too much, just walk away because that flu is not something to play with. All right, let's get into our first topic. Now, once again, and I've said this before, I don't really get into politics with this channel. Now, maybe one of these days when I'm old and retired and I just don't care no more, maybe then I'll get into the politics and we could talk about those type of things. But that's not really the place here. But when the politics starts to cross over into the realm of movies and television, then it's kind of hard to avoid it. I don't know how, and I don't know why this is a thing, but apparently politics and movies just they have to coexist at this point. Again, I didn't ask for this. I don't know who did, and I don't know why. But here's the newest movie that's coming out. And maybe somebody can explain this to me. Why is George Santos, George Santos, having a movie in the works with HBO Films? Just why? If you don't know who George Santos is, George Santos got elected to the House of Representatives, and I think it's just safe to say he's a pathological liar. Like he's told so many lies about so many things, you can't even keep up with it. Like he lies about donors, about money, about he lies about what he had for breakfast, like allegedly. I don't know. Like it's ridiculous. And this guy just got expelled from Congress, which already is something that you don't really see. Like, you got to commit a real crime to get expelled from Congress. Okay. And again, I'm not picking no real sides here, but the mere fact that the people on the right who have, let's just say, been okay with other certain types of behavior, politically speaking, the fact that they came together and said, this guy has got to go. I'm shocked. I'm bewildered. I am befuddled. Okay. I am beside myself. Cause I'm just sitting here thinking, like, so there is a line? But now y'all gonna make a movie? A whole movie? Hold on, what they say here? It says here, the film now in development is described as a forensic and darkly comic look at the crazy, unprecedented congressional race on Long Island that led to Santos being elected to Congress. It comes from Frank Rich, who executive produced HBO Emmy-winning Washington D.C. satire Veep, as well as the network's Emmy-winning drama Succession. You know what? If you tell me it's going to be a satire, and if you tell me it's going to be comedic, I might watch this. I might actually watch this now. Because at first I was like, why y'all making the movie? But if y'all going to do it to make fun of him, because his life, his career is funny. I've never seen somebody have to lie so unnecessarily. Like, why you lie? You just lie just to lie. Why? Whew. I think I'm sold on the fact that it could be a satire and comedy. So Veep is cool. Succession, I like Succession. I think I'm gonna watch this. I think I wasn't gonna watch it at first. And I barely even read that. I know I just highlighted it. I barely even read that. I think I'm gonna mess around and watch this. I don't know. What do y'all think about this Santos, movie coming to HBO? Is this something that you would watch? Is this something that you just gonna pass over? Whatever you think, please let me know in the comments down below. But it does not end there, because of like last week, 2 weeks ago, this was not the only political movie that was being made. Now, I know actors got to do certain things. I know actors got to take certain roles. But I will tell you this. I didn't see this coming. Not at all. Not at all. Hold on. Let me get this in here, because y'all know I like my man Bucky, Sebastian Stan. It's a good guy. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing as Winter Soldier. He did his thing in what was that? I think Barbarian. You know what I'm saying? And that's great. My man Bucky be doing his thing. And what's the other guy? Jeremy Strong was great in Succession. Loved him. Fantastic. Why are they doing this movie? Because he's going to now be in The Apprentice, and Sebastian Stan is going to be a young Donald Trump. Yes, that is right. Whew. It says here that billed as an exploration of power and ambition set in a world of corruption and deceit, The Apprentice will examine Trump's efforts to build his real estate business in New York in the 70s and 80s, also digging into his relationship with the infamous attorney Roy Cohn. It's a mentor protege story that charts the origins of a major American dynasty. Filled with larger-than-life characters, it reveals the moral and human cost of a culture defined by winners and losers. Sources tell Deadline that Strong will play Cohn and Baklava as Trump's first wife, Ivana. Let me tell you right now, at no point did I ever have on my 2023 bingo card that Bucky was going to play Donald Trump. Not at any point could you have talked me into believing that that was a thing. What? How y'all finna make that work? First of all, look at this. Look at this. This is young Donald Trump. Can y'all see that? That's young Donald Trump right there. Okay. Look at Bucky. Look at Trump. Look at Bucky. Look at Trump. Nothing about that. Nothing says this is a dead ringer. What are you talking? Like, how many times have we talked about Sebastian Stan can play Luke Skywalker, right? Because he can He could definitely, the side by side with young Luke and Sebastian said, perfect. But what is this? Bucky, how could you do this, man? What are you doing? Until I saw this. Oh! Whoa! That's Bucky. Hold on, let me zoom in for y'all. Y'all, that's Bucky. I wonder if he gonna do the pursed lips. Is he gonna do the kissy lips too? Like, oh, oh, I don't know if I want to see this now. I wasn't ready. Okay. Hey, makeup be doing a hell of a job. Makeup does a hell. Now, personally, I feel like they probably need to add a couple more pounds. Just saying. Like, Donald was never really a little man. He was always a big guy. I don't know. What do y'all think? Like, does this help? Now that you actually see what Bucky looked like, does this help at all? Are you a little bit more interested in maybe seeing this biopic of a young Donald Trump? This is the Donald Trump, the real estate guy, not the president Donald Trump. This is real estate Donald Trump. Any interest? I mean, this is weird. Again, this was not on my bingo card. I did not know. Whatever y'all think, though, please let me know in the comments down below. Because wow. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh Lord. Kiki, no, he didn't. Please tell me that is not true. Do not tell me that Santos said he was part African American. Please don't tell me that. Tell me that's not true. I know it's not true. I'm just saying, tell me that he didn't actually say that. Now, I do recall him saying that he was Jewish. And then when people was like, no, you wasn't. You ain't Jewish. And he was like, oh, no, I was Jew-ish. Like, bro, shut up. Just go home. Go home. I don't take him seriously. I can't do this. I can't do this. No. Natalie, thank you so much. I produce a political show in radio as my day job. Natalie, we need to talk. I didn't know you was doing all of that. Listen, every time you come on, you be telling me you're on a Stairmaster. I just thought you worked out and climbed stairs for a living. I had no idea. This is awesome. But I'm just playing with you. So I produce a political show in radio as my day job. Santos is only the 6th person to be expelled from Congress. Dang, all of Congress though? All of Congress? Yikes. Wow. That's crazy. He in the top 6. And he probably the one of the worst one. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to go look. I don't know. Let's see, Didier, what you got? Sebastian's agent used the password on him to make him agree to it. What was the password? Like fireplace 1970? I don't know. I forgot the Bucky thing. Something was said. Something clearly was said, because I'm like, bro, how much you getting paid for this? Who talked you into this? Like it. Okay, yeah. Somebody had to say something to him. I don't know. Somebody. Let's see, Anthony. I will say this about the whole Santos thing. The story of how a pathological liar convinced millions of people to support him could be an interesting story, depending on who's involved. Totally agree with you on that. I'm not gonna lie and say that I'm not interested, or better yet, I'm curious on how the hell did he get elected at all? Because I'm looking at Long Island like, what were y'all drinking? Did everybody just close their eyes and just vote? Like, how did y'all, like, nobody did no homework? Y'all just voted just to vote? Because I don't understand how he got elected, but you're not wrong. I would absolutely want to know that as well. Excuse me. Oh yeah, okay, Tony. Thank you so much. Remember when Rambo Last Blood came, and a lot of critics had their political bias towards it because they thought it was a trumped up Mexican nightmare. I do remember that. And it was a shame because even though Rambo was a bad movie, no wait, that wasn't Last Blood. No, I'm thinking of whatever the last Rambo movie was. That was really, really bad. That was just a bad movie. Yeah, was it Last Blood? Was that the last one? Last Rambo movie. I seen all the movies, but they all like, yeah, Last Blood. Yeah. Okay, so we on the same page. Yeah, I do remember a lot of people thinking like it was anti-Mexican and stuff, and I'm like, it's Rambo and people messing with he deal with bad people. I don't know, man. I don't know, but yes, I do recall that. But thank you so much. Let's see, JN. With all this, stop calling Black Panther woke. Yeah, this is nothing about that would equate to Black Panther being woke. Listen, I don't know. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let's see. Nelson V, what's going on? What's good, E-Man? Not gonna watch no Orange Man movie. I understand. I get it. You know, listen, I will wait for the reviews. I will wait to see what people gotta say. I'll see that later. I don't think that's something I'm gonna be looking for, you know. Let's see. Nelson again. So long, Katara Santos. Sashay away. Is that another alias that he had? I've heard this man had like 15 different names. So okay, all right, you know. Thank you so much. Let's see. Anthony, what you got? I mean, if they were able to make good movie, to make good the movie, the behind the scenes of Facebook, anything is possible. I was telling people 2 weeks ago that they were going to make a Santos. I could see Josh Gad as him. Wow. You know what? Josh Gad would not be bad for this at all. Good call on that. I could totally see Josh Gad doing it. Very, very good. I like that pick. Let's see. Poor man, what you got? Like a Catch Me If You Can. It might be. It might just be just like that. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see though. JN. Well, Bucky did get kicked out of Wakanda, so you see, they kicked him out of Wakanda, and look at what he turned to. This is what he turned into. This is crazy. Bucky, we trying to get you back, bro. We gonna try and get you back. Let's see. Yo! Oh, Sim! My goodness, Sim, thank you so much. Oh, wow. What a contribution. Thank you, Sim. That is so kind of you. Man, listen, I've been away and I missed y'all. Y'all ain't got to do this. Like, oh, this is thank you. Appreciate you. Golly, that's this. Woo, man, come back to that. I wasn't ready. I wasn't. Hold on, give me. Okay. E-Love. I beautiful. Hey, E-Man and E-Fam. Just got on the Catch the George Santos said he is half black. Already laughing. Sending a holiday thank you a bit early. Thanks for being who you are and curating this amazing space. Much appreciated. No, Sim, appreciation goes to you. Thank you so much for this beautiful gift. My gosh, this is amazing and super generous of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that, for real. All right, let's go on. Let's see. I know I got some old crazy stuff to talk about with y'all. We got political stuff out the way. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and get this. Do I want to do this? Nah, let's get this out the way first, and then I'll get to that later. Something y'all probably would love to hear. But first, let's get to Tom Holland on Spidey. Now, you know, a lot of folks understand that like Tom Holland obviously has come into huge popularity as Spider-Man, you know, Peter Parker in the MCU. there's been a lot of speculation about whether or not, they're going to do more Spider-Man movies. Now, I've already told y'all need to listen to Amy Pascal from Sony. She's the executive producer. She's like the Kevin Feige of Spider-Man movies. Excuse me, because that's her baby, right? And while Kevin Feige is all like, Spider-Man 4, I don't know, we'll see. Amy's like, we finna do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We doing it all. And Kevin Feige just be looking at her like, you don't shut up. Shut up. Amy don't care. But the question really is Tom Holland gonna stay as Spider-Man or not? Now, he was kind of asked about this, and he did give his commentary on the status of him being Spider-Man in an interview. And he said that he's open to returning as Spider-Man if it's worth the while. So here's what he had to say. All I can say is that we have been actively engaging in conversations about what it could potentially look like for a fourth rendition of my character. Whether or not we can find a way to do justice to the character is another thing. I feel very protective over Spider-Man. I feel very, very lucky that we were able to work on a franchise that got better with each movie, that got more successful with each movie, which I think is really rare, and I want to protect his legacy. So I won't make another one for the sake of making another one. It will have to be worth the while. It will have to be worth the while of the character. Now, Tom. Cap. Bruv. Come here, bruv. Let me talk to you for a second, man. If you just want a raise, just say that. Because what you finna do outside of Spider-Man? Spider-Man is your bread and butter. Okay? Ain't nothing else popping off. We seen you. Hold on. We seen you in the other stuff. Hold on. Let's just do a quick little, just a quick little thing here. Cause I'm sitting there thinking like, bro, I don't know what else you think you finna do outside of Spider-Man. Did y'all even watch Doolittle? I remember hearing him in Onward. I don't think a lot of people liked it. It was during the pandemic. The Devil All the Time. Did y'all see that? Just let me know if y'all seen these movies. That's if you've seen it and maybe if you liked it. That's all I want to know. Chaos Walking. How many people love Chaos Walking? Y'all know y'all saw Cherry, right? Yeah, Cherry? Nothing. Okay. Yeah, Venom. No. Fortnite. I think he did a little voice on Fortnite. Okay, Spider-Man No Way Home. Yeah, okay. Uncharted. Okay, Uncharted was okay. Last Call. What the hell is Last Call? I didn't even know what this was. Bro, I'm a whole movie critic. How did I not know what Last Call was? You had a movie called Last Call? Who? I didn't know. Did y'all know? Did y'all hear Last Call? I didn't hear. I'm being for real. And this is just last year. I didn't know he had it. I knew about Crowded Room. Did anybody watch Crowded Room? You know, he had some interesting scenes in Last Room. Very interesting scenes. So, yeah. Hey, man. What you trying to do without Spider-Man again? You worth the while. Man, you better just tell Kevin Feige and Amy to give you a raise. Listen, you about to be what Mark Hamill is with Luke Skywalker. You know, Mark can do other things. He's Joker and all. He could do other things, but Luke Skywalker is what this man is. Okay, you are now Spider-Man, and Spider-Man has got to be you. I need you when you 70 years old. You're gonna be at them comic conventions signing Spider-Man autographs. Nobody gonna ask for your cherry autograph. No one's gonna ask for your Last Call signatures. I'm just saying. So all this, it's got to be worth the while. Nah, bruv. No, it don't. They just gotta pay you and you show up, do your backflips, and that's it. Okay, that's it. I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway, what do y'all think about Tom Holland's claim that he really wants this to be worth the while? You know, do you believe him? Do you think there's a little bit more? You know, and let me. I'm obviously I'm joking about Tom here, but you know, do y'all think that maybe he does care about Spider-Man? But I would argue that Spider-Man gonna move with or without you, G. We just had a whole movie with 3 of y'all. So if it ain't worth it to you, we will insert white boy here and find another Spider-Man. Spider-Man is easily replaceable. Okay. Peter Parker is easily replaced. We can go back to Andrew Garfield. Okay. We can go back to the GOAT, Tobey Maguire. We can go back. I'm just saying, we got options. Do you? Y'all let me know what you think in the comments down below. Shogun, what you got? Holland was good in Devil All the Time. Felt like a movie he picked to show his range. Very dark movie. Movie itself was a bit above okay though. I think if Devil All the Time was the one, was that the one with the church in the woods and stuff? I think it was. I think I did watch it, and it was okay, but it clearly was not memorable. It wasn't memorable. It was nothing that I was like, oh man, y'all gotta go see this. Like, nah, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. But I do remember that it was, you know, decent-ish. Like for a Netflix film, something straight to streaming, sure. You want me to pay for that? Hell no. So I don't know. That was just my take anyway. All right. Let me get serious. Let me get serious with y'all for a second here. I would like to believe that I'm a man of integrity and humility. And if I say or do something that's wrong or incorrect, I will do my best to acknowledge it, be a man, be it a grown adult, and take accountability for that. Over the past couple months, I've been on here talking about certain individuals and properties that I didn't believe in. I didn't believe in it. So I want to say, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I can own up to that. I don't know which one of y'all are responsible for this. I don't know which one of y'all kept y'all TV on repeat to keep the ratings going on. But they greenlit a second season for this. And I blame many of you. I blame many of you. But I will apologize because I said that this show was going to get canceled. And I was wrong. I was wrong. All right. I did my due diligence. I did it. Oh. You know what? A little harder than I thought. I'm gonna step back. Just give me a second. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm back. All right. So, what do you guys think about the news that Twisted Metal has been renewed for a second season on Peacock? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. All right. That's over. What you got? You mean to tell me they'll easily replace Spider-Man, but can't replace another important character? You know how easily they do. Did you know there was a new Superman movie coming out? Did you know that they just recast another Superman for that? Anyway, that's another story. That's another story right there. Thank you so much for that, I appreciate you. Anthony, the Uncharted movie was anything but Uncharted. Listen, I don't think it even did. I don't know if it even hit the charts at all. Because every time I ask people if they seen it, it was like, yeah, you know. Kiki, the same people who watch this is watching Tubi. Listen, I'm not doing the Tubi slander. I didn't do it. Y'all be coming for me. I didn't do it. You're not wrong, but I didn't do it. Nelson, don't hate, congratulate Mackie E-Man. Now, first of all, see, now Nelson, you be thinking you coming in here slick. Nelson you think you come in here slick with the jabs. Nelson V, I need you to report for duty. Sir, you had Blade and the Raid. What happened? You've had 4 months to watch 2 movies. Blade and the Raid. What is going on? I need a status report, sir. Gonna try and come in here talking about congratulate Mackie. Go watch some movies. Then we talk, Nelson V. Then we'll talk. Go come on here and talk about that. Thank you for that. Dwight, Cat 4 watch party coming up. Can we get a trailer first? Give me a trailer before we talk watch party. Because after that news about all these major reshoots, because it tested poorly, no, I don't know. So let's wait. Let me see. Let me make sure it's not an all Hulk movie first. Is it even gonna be his movie? That's something y'all need to ask yourselves. Derek, Oscar winner, Anthony Mackie. What? Thank you, Derek. Whatever. All right. Lamar. AOE. Cut Mackie some slack, man. It was corny, but I think it was on purpose. No, you're right. You're right. Listen. I'm not even mad at people that enjoy it. I will never have a problem with y'all enjoying whatever you like. Now, I will have a problem if it perpetuates mess and nonsense, but you're still entitled to like bad things. And some people like corny, goofy stuff, and that's cool. That's cool. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. But you know what? I'll do this. I will do this for y'all. Only for y'all. Because I didn't want to do this at first. I told y'all I only watched the first 3 episodes of Twisted Metal. And at that point, I knew it was not for me. Just for y'all. So you do know this hurts. I will finish the first season of Twisted Metal. I will finish it. I will power through it. Since I was wrong, since I did say it was going to get canceled, since, I will finish it. I don't know when, but I will finish it. I don't know why I do these things. So there you go. Happy? Yeah, happy. Okay. Now let's go on to something more positive. Y'all, we have got to talk about Godzilla Minus One. You know, while I was on my little work break, I had some people telling me, yo, E-Man, are you going to watch Godzilla Minus One? Yo, E-Man, when you going to watch Godzilla Minus One? And I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to watch it because it looked like it was old school Godzilla, right? It was old school back in Japan, all Japanese speaking, all of this stuff. And to be honest with y'all, I never really liked the old Godzilla movies as much, right? It just wasn't something that appealed to me as a kid. Now, over time, we have gotten other Godzilla movies. Some I thought were decent, others I thought were whack, and it's been a mixed bag. But this Godzilla Minus One, oh, it's a problem. Oh, this is different. So, Godzilla Minus One is a true callback to the old school Godzilla movies. However, it's obviously modernized and updated to today's standards for the most part. The best comparison I could give you is kind of like how we had Star Wars movies in the late 70s, 80s, and stuff like that, and they were obviously dated. And then 20, 30 years fast forward, and we got the prequels, where the prequels would kind of preserve the old feel and touch of the old films, but still modernized it a little bit. That's what Minus One did here with Godzilla. One thing that they did that was beautiful, was the fact that they went back to the original theme that Godzilla represented, which is basically Godzilla is the A-bomb, right? You know, the A-bomb, Hiroshima, like Godzilla was always like a kind of like a metaphor, almost representative of what that bomb did to Japan. So when Godzilla would come through, it was just like, oh man, we just got bombed. This movie portrayed Godzilla exactly like that. Godzilla ain't here to be your friend. Godzilla is not here to be your little protector or the king of the monsters. No, Godzilla is a menace. Okay, he is a menace to all of Japan. That's all Godzilla is in this movie. And when I tell you, this thing was terrifying. Hold on one second. Look at this. Look at this. What if this was chasing you? What are you gonna do if this is chasing you? Yikes. Yikes. When I tell you Godzilla is a menace, here's a whole problem. I'm not playing. This thing was a true force of pure destruction and just chaos. Now, let me be clear. Godzilla's not in the movie a lot, right? I want to say if the movie's, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it is, I think it's like 2 hours. Godzilla's in it maybe 30 minutes, maybe, give or take. I could be wrong, but he's not in it for the most part. And I know a lot of you will say, yo, E-Man, are you saying that the human story was the majority of the story? It actually is. It actually is. And these were the humans that, you know, that it was that it was based on. And I gotta tell you, as much as I don't like, and I tell you guys this all the time, I hate the human stories in these things because I'm coming for monsters. But in this movie, the humans were actually pretty good. The story behind the humans was actually really entertaining. And the reason why, and it was a drama, it was more drama. The reason why is because it's centered on this guy right here. And the problem was, again, remember I said that Godzilla is kind of representative of like you know, the atomic bomb. This guy, I'm not gonna spoil the movie, obviously, but you know, this guy in the story, he is part of the Japanese military, and he encounters Godzilla. But this movie takes place over the course of multiple years. And when I tell you the effect of dealing with Godzilla becomes the center of this character's motivation, this dude and Godzilla is that's a problem. I'm trying not to spoil it, but that is also the driving force of this movie, because you trying to see this guy live with the fact that he encountered Godzilla, and you see the PTSD, you see the effects of war, right? And you see what it does to him mentally and what it does to the society mentally. Because I'm telling you, Godzilla is a menace. He's a menace. What you gonna do when you see this? What you gonna do? So, not only did they make Godzilla terrifying, not only did they capture the real human element of what it would be like if you had a 5,000-foot monster running around in your city terrorizing you. Y'all already know one of the best parts of Godzilla is him and his heat breath. When I tell you, this has probably been the best hot, funky, atomic breath I've ever seen from Godzilla. I kid you not. Now, if you've seen it in the trailers, I tell you right now, forget it. Don't even look at it no more, because the way they shot it in the movie, the way the tension builds up when Godzilla charges up, gets ready, and hits you with that hot, funky breath, that is something you need to see. You need to see it. Now, I wanted to make sure I brought this to y'all attention, because Godzilla Minus One was about to go out of theaters, I want to say this week. However, they just extended it, the theatrical run, because it's been so successful. They just extended it till next week, December 14th. I don't say this often, but y'all need to go see this in theaters. You only got a week, but I saw it in IMAX. Wow. So I would totally recommend, if you got the time, if you got the funds, go see Godzilla Minus One in a theater. Yes. Just one little thing to note. The whole movie is all in Japanese, so you will have to read subtitles. So just FYI for that. But this probably, if I'm going off the top of my head, it might be the best Godzilla movie I've seen in a long time, and I've seen almost all of them. So this is not something connected to the American versions of Godzilla. So you're not gonna see no Monarch, or you're not gonna see King Kong, all that. You're not gonna see none of that. This is its own little thing, and it is fantastic. So when it comes to a rating for Godzilla Minus One, I gotta give this a 9 out of 10. Like, this was absolutely fantastic. It blew my expectations, because I really was not checking for this movie, if I'm being honest. Look how late it is. It's already in theaters. Y'all know I try to review things earlier, but it definitely blew my expectations out the water, and it is fantastic. So I would totally recommend to go watch Godzilla Minus One. Shout out to whoever it was that did recommend me to watch it and to review it. Here you go. I can't really think of anything bad in this film per se. And I gotta say, I love the ending. The ending, because you want to see how humans react to Godzilla, not just being scared, but what's the response. That's something you also want to see towards the end of the movie. That to me was like, this is really interesting. It was really interesting. But anyway, if you have seen Godzilla Minus One, or if you do plan on seeing it, whenever you do, come on back to this video. Let me know what you thought about it. And yeah, share your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, so that was that for Godzilla Minus One. My goodness, talk about a good freaking movie. It's always cool when like you get good movies that you weren't expecting to. I love it when that happens. I really, really do. Um, let's see. Oh, here we go. Anthony, I'm responsible for Twisted Metal 2. Mackie hater, use your aggressive feelings, let the Mackie hate flow. I bet you are. I bet you did have that sucker on repeat. You the one. I know you was the one. I hope you're happy now. I hope you are happy. Let's see, AJ. You don't need to fall on the sword for us, email. You know what? Here's the thing. It's not so much falling on the sword, right? Watching Twisted Metal, even though, like I said, first 3 episodes told me what I needed to know, that I wasn't interested. I want to at least be informed or aware of what potentially or possibly could drive Peacock to greenlight a season 2. There have been a lot of things that I don't like or that I'm just not interested in that I'll still go watch just so that I'm not speaking from a place of ignorance, right? So for example, I remember last year there was all this award talk about Banshees of Inisherin, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, Colin Farrell, this is gonna be best movie of the year, blah blah blah. And I was like, all right, I mean, I wasn't gonna check for this, but let me see what the hype is about. Then I saw it and I was like, what are y'all talking about? Like, what this movie that we can't even understand what half of them are saying half of the time? Like, what? So like there are times where I'll just see things, and even if I see it, doesn't mean I'm gonna agree with it, doesn't mean I'll disagree, but at least I can come and speak from an informed position. So I don't want to trash Twisted Metal if I haven't seen at least the end of it. So I'm gonna watch it. I'll watch it. And I don't know if it's gonna be great, but a lot of y'all said y'all actually like it, so we'll see. We'll see. Um, let's see. Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea what the -1 means. To be honest with you, I have not looked that up. And I'm not saying this in a rude way. I would just Google it, you know. But I haven't seen what it meant, and I don't recall in the movie if they ever explained that either. But I don't care because the movie was just great. It was just great. Um, Let's see. Actually, we could do this real quick. Trey, will you be posting a review for Leave the World Behind? I saw it described as Knock at the Cabin meets Don't Look Up. Description holds true. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't gotten around to seeing it yet. So like again, it's award season. I got 30-40 movies I have to watch. So if I have time to see it, maybe. But I will say that there's not very much pulling me towards watching it, but who knows? Maybe on a Saturday I get bored and I'll check it out, and if it's great, I'll let y'all know for sure. But thank you so much. Let's see, Jay, what you got? I won't be pitching my Monsterverse Titan team up versus the World Serpent idea as long as the movies are still being released by WB with Zaz in charge. Okay, cool. I mean, what they gonna do? Listen? They clearly don't listen. They don't care. They'd rather just be like, whatever. So it is what it is, but I understand. I feel you on that. Did he? Thank you so much. -1 is because after the A bomb, Japan was at 0. Then Godzilla puts them at -1. Is that it? Is that the official thing? Because that makes sense to me. I don't know if that's a joke or not, but like, yo, that makes sense. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, okay. My man, just my opinion, backing that up too. Okay, cool. Hey, sounds right. Good, cool. That's actually that's messed up. That's like, now that now that y'all put it like that, that does messed up. That is kind of messed up, So yeah. But anyway, all right, guys, we have some Zack Snyder news. Now, this was from an interview he did sometime last week. As you guys know, Zack Snyder is the guy that was pretty much the pioneer for a lot of stuff with DC and the Snyderverse. for a couple years. Did not live to expectations or its potential. Some people like it, some don't, whatever. Either way, DC has moved on, and so has Zack Snyder. Good thing is Zack Snyder made a deal with Netflix. He's doing Rebel Moon, doing all those things related. I don't know if it's a TV show coming, but listen, he got his 2 movies coming out. He's making a whole new IP on its own. So regardless, I'm happy for him in that case. But what I thought was hilarious was the fact that in this interview, Zack Snyder, he was asked about all these different things, like a whole bunch of different things that related to his work in the past, his relationship with James Gunn and stuff like that. And let me just say that I find it hilarious when Zack Snyder will say things or do things that are unexpected to his following. Now, let me just say, everyone that's a fan of Zack Snyder is not in some cult. They're not all crazy. They're not all toxic. I'm a fan of Zack Snyder. Let me be very clear. I'm a fan. I still can be critical of him, but I still praise him at the same time for the things that he does really well, like 300, like Watchmen, like all these other things that he does. I think he really excels and does a great job. I love his version of Batman. Like Zack Snyder does really good things. Other things I don't like sometimes when he gets a little too wild and crazy with his stories. Like I don't like the fact that he got to tell 4 hours of a story. Like there are different things that I love and dislike about Snyder, but overall, I think he's a very talented director, right? And his fan base, and I'm only speaking about the extreme cultish toxic versions. That's who I'm talking about when I'm talking about his fan base. So if you are just a good old fan that likes his movie, I'm not talking about you, okay? I'm talking about the extremists. I always get a kick out of when Zack Snyder says or does something that is so counter to what those extremists feel and what they think. Now, y'all know, and I've talked about this before, the extreme Snyder fans, whenever WB tried to put something out that was kind of sort of part of the Snyderverse, the Snyder fans, the extremists, will go online and make all this noise. They'd make, restore the Snyderverse trend, release the Snyder Cut. They make all that stuff trend. But when Snyder stuff comes out, they ain't nowhere to be found. They not buying not one ticket. Like just all that energy just nowhere. Rock came out, brought y'all Henry Cavill back, and y'all didn't support it at all. Y'all only gave that man $400 million and made him #1 on iTunes. That's all y'all did when they tried to appease that extreme fan base. Nothing. And then, of course, this is the same fan base, the same segment of the fan base that would do crazy things like harass WB officials. They dragged Amber Heard. They have gone out of their way to make James Gunn's online life a living hell. Fire James Gunn. The second he got hired, fire James Gunn. James Gunn is bad. All this nonsense. And then you have Zack Snyder, the face of these people that, of their fan club and all that, right? This is who they worship. And I think people forget that Zack Snyder and James Gunn are not enemies. Zack Snyder worked with James Gunn. I think James Gunn wrote Army of the Dead or was it was one of the zombie movies. I forget. But it was one of those, or maybe it was Night of the Living Dead. One of those. But either way, they're fine. They're cool. So all those people that are trying to put this animosity, what do you do with this? Because Zack Snyder sat here and said, I called James Gunn and I wished him all the best. I wished all the best for him. I told him I wanted it to work. And the it that he's referring to is the DCU, which is what James Gunn is, basically resetting and creating his own new DC universe. Now, it was funny because I remember James Gunn had posted that. James Gunn replied to a fan trying to speak for Zack Snyder's case and be like, Zack Snyder, And James Gunn was like, actually, I've talked to Zack. He said that he's cool with it. He's moving on and he's all good. And people was like, shut up, James. You don't know what you're talking about. Snyder would never care about you like that. You need to confirm my bias. And now you got Zack Snyder confirming what James Gunn said months ago. What do y'all do? What do these extremists do now? How do they process this? What do they do with this information? Because Zack Snyder said, like, nah, I like him. And I want his DCU to do well. What do y'all do with that? How does that compute when the confirmation bias don't get confirmed by the person you are biased for? Now, that ain't all. Remember, some of these same extreme folks, boy, if you just mention Amber Heard, they will have a whole Amber Heard. We got to boycott Amber Heard. Now, here's the thing. I'm not here to defend her. I'm not saying what she did with Johnny Depp was right, wrong. I ain't here for none of that. All I'm saying is all that vitriol that came from that extreme side of that fandom has always been wild. But once again, Zack Snyder coming through and commenting on it. And this is what he said. I just don't get it. If other people don't like her, I don't know what to say. I would work with her in a second. Oh. So I guess my question is for the extreme Snyder folks, what y'all gonna do if Zack Snyder casts Amber Heard in his next movie? Like, y'all gonna be okay with that? Like, is that gonna be cool? I'm just saying, like, my man is really going to counter all the things that y'all said that y'all don't like. Y'all gonna kick Zack Snyder out the Snyderverse fan club? Is that how that works? But it's not only this. Of course, Zack Snyder also was asked about what he would want to do if if James Gunn were to ever contact him. Let me see here. What did he say? Okay, let me highlight this for y'all. So during his interview, he was asked, like, if James Gunn were to say, like, yo, come on back to DC and do something, what would you do? And Zack Snyder replied that he would do The Dark Knight Returns. Per the Hollywood Reporter, Snyder would consider returning to DC if it meant he could adapt Frank Miller and Lynn Varley's seminal miniseries, but only a true representation of the graphic novel. Please don't. Nope. No, sir. I don't want you touching no more DC stuff. No. James Gunn, don't ask him for that. Zack Snyder, don't come back and do nothing with no DC, Batman, Superman, none. And why is that? I've told y'all this many times. While I like Zack Snyder, he is a real fan of the characters. And what I mean by that is he is such a fan that he's willing to do a lot of extra stuff with these characters that sometimes works against him. What do I mean? All the stuff we saw with Justice League and the Snyder cut and all that stuff, all that was like alternate world type of stuff. You can't give the general public, mainstream audience, people that are not comic book readers, you can't take a property that is so well known and so well conceived by the general public. You can't take that and start doing all this fancy stuff. You can do that with comics. You can do that with animation, because the people that read the comics and watch animation, those people are so used to the traditional representations of these characters. It's fine if you want to make an evil Superman. It's fine if you want to make Batman a little different. That's fine. But for the mainstream audience, nah. You have to, especially when we haven't had a good Batman movie in a long time, especially when we haven't, I mean, since Christopher Nolan at that point, especially since we haven't had a good Superman movie since Christopher Reeve. You can't come in here and try and like do all breaking people's necks and doing all this other stuff that the general audience are not used to. You can't do that. And that's not how Zack Snyder operates. Zack likes to go outside the box again, which is cool. But I think it's cool when you do it with a property that people are not familiar with. I've said this a long time ago. I thought Zack Snyder would have been amazing with Suicide Squad. Let him go do Suicide Squad. Matter of fact, if he were to come back to James Gunn and come back to DC, I think he would do fantastic with The Authority. Why? Because nobody has any expectations for The Authority. No one even knows who The Authority is unless you're a deep comic book reader. So because there are no expectations, people can't say, that's not the way my character is supposed to be. That's not the way. No one's going to say nothing because they're going to let you rock. And that's why I'm excited for him to do Rebel Moon, because who's going to say whether the Rebel Moon is good or bad? Because it's literally original content. So anyway, I don't want Zack Snyder coming back for nothing that people will recognize. I don't even care if it's Elseworlds. No, thank you. But if you tell me that Zack is coming for like lesser unknown characters, if you tell me he's doing something original with original characters, sign me up. I am always going to give a shot to originality. Always. But yeah, that Dark Knight Returns. And by the way, Dark Knight Returns is a great story. That's a great story. Nah, I don't need him messing that up. No, thank you. But y'all let me know, what do you think about Zack Snyder in his recent interview and his comments that seem to go directly against what the more extreme side of his fan base want to project? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. All right, let's move on. Let's go back. We got to talk about Taika Waititi. Now, we've talked a couple times about Taika, and recently he has come back in an interview. Now, we already talked about how we know that Thor 4 was not a winner, right? Thor 3, absolutely. Thor 4, not so much. And we talked about how, Taika was saying that he is not going to be involved with Thor 5. Fine by me, right? Fine. Cool. I got no problem with that. Now, again, let me just be clear that Taika is still a talented director. This guy has made like award-winning films. So don't let Thor 4 be the only barometer or lens that you view Taika Waititi through. Like, he is still a really, really good director. It's just that one movie just didn't do it. Now, I think in this new interview, it's going to shed a little light as to why Thor 4 didn't really work. And I think that this will be a representation of why future, or why, let's not say future, but let's just say why other Marvel movies haven't worked in the past as well. And it's a point that I've been trying to make to y'all, but I'm gonna make it one more time here. So let's look at what Taika said in this in this interview. And he said here, in terms of when he originally accepted the Thor Ragnarok gig, this is what he said. You know what? I had no interest in doing one of those comic book films. It wasn't on my plan for my career as an auteur, but I was poor and I just had a second child. And I thought, you know what? This would be a great opportunity to feed these children. And Thor, let's face it, it was probably the least popular franchise. I never read Thor comics as a kid. That was the comic I'd pick up and be like, ugh. And then I did some research on it and I read one Thor comic, or 18 pages, or however long they were. I was still baffled by his character. Wow. So I think this was very telling. Now, obviously, there's some jokes in there with the whole feeding your kids. I don't think that was too much of a joke. He needed the money. Marvel had nothing to lose because Thor was definitely not on the rise. And this almost leads me to believe that Taika got lucky with Thor Ragnarok. Because when he sits here and says, like, hey, I never read Thor comics as a kid, that makes sense. I get it. Thor might not have been the most attractive, popular character to go read about back then. And that's fine. That's fine. But he said here that he did his research, read one or two comics or whatever, and he was still baffled by his character. Well, clearly, you definitely were baffled because I didn't know what the hell Thor was doing in Thor 4. Thor 4 looked like just a bumbling mess of whatever the hell his character was doing. I don't know. Like, it translated. And this is what I wanted to say. Now, I said this before when I talked about Daredevil, and I said this before when it came to Venom. A lot of times people think that just because the comic director or just because the movie director or TV director reads the comics and then do the project, a lot of times people think that's all you need to make a good movie or a good TV show. No, that's not true. Sometimes people get lucky. Sometimes people will grab a little thing, put it into a show or a movie, and then it turns out okay. Sure. But if you did not read the comics, and I'm not saying you have to read them for a long time, what I am saying is that reading is not enough. Let me go just a little dab into my seminary just a little bit, okay? Indulge me with this. One thing that I used to come across when I was in seminary school was the fact that some of the people that were in my class, everybody was not religious, and that's cool. I totally get that, right? But what was interesting to me was the fact that people would say, but I read the Bible. And then they would go say something that was so unbiblical that I was like, did you read it? Like, what are you saying? You know, they would just so what that kind of brings me to the conclusion of is kind of, or the realization is similar in this regard. Just because you read the comic doesn't mean you understood it. It doesn't mean that you actually grabbed what was compelling about it. And that's kind of the problem that I think happened with Taika Waititi. And I think it's happened with a lot of other Marvel or even DC folks who hurry up and get the project. Then they rush to read the comics and try to study for that test and, you know, cram at the last minute. And then they go put out a show or a movie. And we be sitting here like, what was that? Like, clearly studying at last minute is not enough. Clearly reading the comics does not mean that you understand the character, nor does it mean you understand why that character or that story was so compelling to the culture. because you didn't grow up with it or because you just weren't informed about it. So again, I give this example like with Venom. People used to say, hey, in the comics, Venom started off as a humorous character. So that humorous character is not what made Venom popular. What made Venom popular was him being violent and being a straight up menace to Spider-Man. That pure hatred, that pure anger, that pure vitriol for Spider-Man, that is what made Venom more popular. Not because he would go around the streets and solve crimes and do all that happy-go-lucky stuff and be comedic. No one cared about that. So if you're that director that's reading the Venom comics from 1970, and then when you put some dumb, stupid, goofy stuff in your movie, and then when people are like, what the hell is this? This ain't the Venom that we know or love. And you're like, but it was in the comics. That's not the same thing. We don't care if it was in the comics because it doesn't embody the representation of the popular character that we've all come to love and admire. So once again, it's just like with religious text. Just because you read a religious text, I don't care if it's the Torah, I don't care if it's the Quran, I don't care if it's the Bible. Just because you read it doesn't mean that you get it. You usually have to do some more study, you got to do some research, and you really have to understand all the things that was going on around at the time to really, you know what I'm saying, grasp and understand it. And it's the same thing with the comics. You got to understand, man, okay, I was reading these Wolverine comics, but like, yo, why did people like him? Did they like him back when he was, in Canada doing this? Or, man, did they like him maybe during the 90s run? Why was that? You got to do the extra work. So Taika clearly did not do the extra work when it came to Thor. And he clearly was BSing around. And it showed. Do y'all know what trajectory or what arc Thor is on right now? To be a daddy? Like where you started and where you at now? Like now you just you a stepdaddy? I mean, shout out to the stepdaddies out there, but I'm just saying that goal from that to that, it just does not tell me that you understand what you're doing. So be wary. Just be wary when you hear these people say, oh, I read the comics. Oh, I read everything. I try to consume everything I could. Be leery about that. Don't let that get your hopes up thinking just because Marvel gave them a big old box of comics that now you're going to get the true representation of what made that character great or not. It's still hit or miss. In my opinion, a lot of these studios, especially Marvel, don't just give them the comics to read. That's not enough. You need to also be like, hey, look, here's where the comic sales were the highest. Here's what the fans were saying in the 1990s when this was going crazy. Here's what the articles were praising about this character in the early 2000s. You got to do the extra legwork to see what really made these things work, what made the character work, what made the story work, and then, of course, combine it with the comics and then put that in a movie or TV. That's how you make that successful. All right, I'm done. Taika don't know what he was doing. And he clearly didn't talk about he's still baffled by the character. If you baffled by the character, why are you doing this movie? That's a problem. Because I've told y'all this too. Story and character. That's the two things you need. All that action, all the visual effects, that's superficial. The things that stick with you the most, story and character. So what do y'all think about Taika and his little excuse about Thor 4 and Thor in general? Does it bring a little clarity to you? Do you care? I don't know. Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. All right. All right, we have a Kang Dynasty update. Now, of course, as y'all know, there was a lot of talk about whether or not Kang Dynasty was going to continue. This is the next upcoming Avengers movie. Of course, a lot of things got pushed with the writers and actors strike. So a lot of things, got pushed off until for like a year or two. But at the same time, Marvel has also considered to do a lot of changes. They've considered to try and improve the quality of a lot of things because they've been lacking for a while now, right? Phase 4 was more of a miss than it was a hit. So with that, there's more quality control going into this, supposedly. Anyway, this is what we're being told. And one thing that they have talked about was Kang Dynasty. And of course, the elephant in the room is, what are y'all going to do with Jonathan Majors? He does have a current trial going on, which we will talk about later. And that's kind of been the main thing of like the decision making, right? That's kind of holding things up on what's happening. But there was talk that Kang Dynasty was going to be canceled. There was talk that Marvel was going to move on from Kang and just not use him at all. I've already been on record saying that I don't believe that they should do that. Please don't waste our time. You already gave us multiple setups, TV series, and stuff with Kang. Finish it. Stick the landing. Finish it. Don't just hurry up and pivot to Doom because people just want to see Doom. I will wait for good things, but don't waste my time by introducing Kang, who, by the way, is still a really good character, and just to hurry, because then it's really going to make, I think it would terribly leave an even worse impression of Phase 4 if they just moved away from Kang, because now money and time was wasted. So anyway, while people were saying that the rumors were happening that they were moving on from Kangs, it looks like Marvel's like, nah, not yet. At least it doesn't seem to be the case, because right now it says that Kang Dynasty hires Loki creator Michael Waldron as a screenwriter. It says Loki creator Michael Waldron has been hired to write the screenplay for Avengers Kang Dynasty. It says here he was already on board to pen the sequel Avengers Secret Wars, which will conclude this stretch known as the multiverse saga and the interconnected MCU. The films will presumably be connected, a la the two-part tale of 2018's Infinity War and 2019's Endgame. Okay, so it seems like here Marvel's not giving up on Kang, and it seems like they're not giving up on Avengers Kang Dynasty. Some people were saying it was going to be Avengers Secret Wars Part 1 and then Part 2. But it does appear as though Kang Dynasty could act like Infinity War. So maybe whatever Kang does at the end of that movie sets up some crazy situation that brings on Secret Wars. Like maybe Secret Wars is the multiversal war for all we know. Who knows? But they are bringing in the same writer that gave us Loki to now. He was doing Secret Wars. Now he's doing both movies of Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. Now, this kind of makes sense because you also have him setting things up with Kang in Loki. So it kind of makes sense that you would bring him in for this. And I've already told y'all Loki is one of my top shows, top MCU shows on Disney Plus. Here's the other thing though. Michael Waldron is also the guy that gave y'all Doctor Strange 2. Now, I liked Doctor Strange 2, but there were some things that I didn't really like about Doctor Strange 2 either. One of those things was what they did with the Illuminati. And I recall, and I'm paraphrasing here, I recall Michael Waldron sitting here saying basically that he had all the ability to do whatever he wanted to do with those characters. And just to put it mildly and short, he's the reason why the Illuminati were just used and thrown away. And I'm really at the point where I'm like, Is that the guy I want doing the two biggest movies coming up for Marvel? Because honestly, even Doctor Strange 2, I was like, man, y'all wasn't even better than that What If episode with Evil Doctor Strange. Like y'all let a 30-minute animated episode still do more with Doctor Strange than a full-length movie. Now again, you can watch he was on Jesus, what was it? I think it was the Doctor Strange behind the scenes assembled or something like that. I think that's where he made his admission about what he was doing with the Illuminati. And if it's not there, it might have been in another Marvel book. Forgive me for not being able to quote it, but I do remember that he was just kind of like, whatever. Like I'm just whatever. Illuminati, throw them in there. We'll see what happens. So that's the only part where I got a little trust issues with it. But I would hope that whatever energy he brought to Loki, he could bring that into a film for Avengers Secret War, or for Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. But we'll have to wait and see. I don't know. But y'all let me know, what do you think about Marvel sticking with this? What do you think about Marvel hiring the Loki director for Secret Wars and for Kang Dynasty? Does this give you a little bit more hope? Are you a little bit more optimistic about this? Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, let's move on. We got a little bit more Iger talk, so let's go on to Bob Iger. Now, I've told y'all before, it's no secret that Marvel has been lackluster, and it's been pretty bad. But of course, the thought was, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but basically during the pandemic, Disney did too much too fast. Disney mandated, this is from Bob Chapek now, Disney mandated that Marvel you got to give us content, whether that's TV, whether that's movies. You need to give us a whole bunch of stuff because we in the house, we ain't going outside, and we need content. And that right there, Kevin Feige, boy, that man broke. Like, he could not keep up. The products, some were good, some were bad, but overall, it was very disappointing. And they did too much. They did way too much. And the quality control was not there. So Bob Iger has now come back, and he's, restructured the organization, kind of basically what it was like pre-pandemic. And I've told y'all this too. None of us are going to see the effects of the changes that they made in 2023. We won't really see those effects until 2025, maybe 2026. That's why I keep telling y'all, don't go around talking about Marvel's dead, because in 2-3 years, when they change things up, and if they're successful, you're going to look foolish, because it's going to be like, okay, they finally figured out we can't do things that way. We have to do things a different way. And Marvel, while they are not perfect, they're still top of that food chain of big blockbuster movies. And one of the primary reasons for their success is the fact that they always change up what they're doing. This is one of the reasons why DC made the fatal mistake back in 2016 or so of trying to copy what Marvel was doing. If you try to copy what Marvel was doing and Marvel already pivoted and started doing something else, all you're going to do is run into the same mistakes. And that's what happened with them. So I do give Disney and Marvel credit for that. But Bob Iger did come back. And of course, he said a couple things here. And one of the things he was talking about was like basically the direction of what they have to do with their content moving forward. And one thing he said here was that creators lost sight of their number one objective, of what their number one objective needed to be. He said, we have to entertain first. It's not about messages. He He says, we have entertained with values and with having a positive impact on the world in many different ways. Black Panther is a great example of that. I like being able to entertain. If you can infuse it with positive messages and have a good impact on the world, fantastic. But that should not be the objective. Now, a lot of people have kind of taken his comments and, you know, they have taken that to say, don't be woke, whatever woke means for random people, because most people can't define it. But I don't think that that's what he's saying. He's not saying don't be woke. What he's saying is that we need to go back to making sure that the movie's actually entertaining. Is it funny? Is it dramatic? Is it thought provoking? And then, of course, within that, you can go ahead and put a message in there somewhere. But when we're talking about messages, what you're really talking about having is solid themes. When you have interesting themes, then it's not preachy. Then it's not placating to, certain people. Now, don't get me wrong, watching something like Black Panther, it had interesting themes. I never took Black Panther as being preachy. I took Black Panther as you took a very interesting situation or dynamic where you had the diaspora Black folks and these other Black folks in Africa who never been colonized, slaved, or anything, and you forced them to have a conversation. And that conversation was not something that felt like it was preachy to me as the audience, but it was entertaining to watch. So I think that's the difference versus, I don't know, if you watch some Captain Planet movie that's all about like, you need to go recycle. I think that's the difference. So if that is what he was referring to, because again, that's the way I took it, then I agree with him. You shouldn't have to do that, because if you make it all about the messaging primarily, it's going to feel preachy. It's going to feel one note-ish, and a lot of other things will get lost. Characters won't feel genuine. The story won't be as interesting, and people might start to tune out. But if you do focus on the characters, you do focus on the themes, you do tell a compelling story, then whatever other little themes you want to throw in there is cool. That's fine. Now, Bob Iger goes on, because that wasn't it. There was a little bit more here that he talked about. Now, let me say that when it comes to the Marvels, I have told y'all for a long time that there were a lot of red flags for me with the Marvels. There were a lot of things that I thought were not going to help this movie reach the $1 billion mark that it did, that the previous movie did, right? And I got a whole video on that. I mean, personally, I think that rushing these TV characters that mainstream audiences did not know was not a good move. They probably should have taken more time developing Carol's character than anything else. I was not a fan of the wackiness. I was not a fan of the musical stuff. Like, I was not a fan of the editing and the pacing of the film. Like, there was just, again, like, your post-credit scene should not be one of the best things in the movie. That should not be the case. But regardless, the Marvels has ended off pretty bad, and even now it's ended off as the lowest grossing MCU movie in history. I mean, how much did this thing make? I think it only made 197 globally. Yikes. 197, and the budget was 220? Yo. It's not good. It's not good. Now, I've named a whole bunch of different things as to why the Marvels didn't work, right? But Bob Iger had other thoughts as to why it didn't work. Now, I'm gonna share with y'all what he had to say. But I got a slight problem with what he said, and we'll go into it. So let me let's go to what he said here, and I'll give you more. He said the Marvels was shot during COVID. There wasn't as much supervision on the set, so to speak, where we have executives that are really looking over what's being done day after day after day. I mean, we got to a point. Well, let me just get to that first. So here's what I don't like about that. Because I feel as though that's a low-key shot at Nia DaCosta, the director of the movie. And I've told y'all that there has been a lot of negative, unnecessary coverage on Nia DaCosta trying to make it seem like she left the set, make it seem like, she didn't participate and stuff. And I don't like all of that, because the problem I have is the fact that a lot of the things that they tried to paint, the media would paint Nia DaCosta as in a negative sense, white directors have been doing, and nobody had said anything about that. In the same sense, you had other movies that were made during the pandemic. So if the Marvel's low success was because of lack of supervision, because somebody wasn't holding Nia DaCosta's hand, what was Taika Waititi's excuse? What was Ant-Man 3's excuse? Because they sure enough didn't do very well either. I mean, granted, it's not like they lost as much money. I'll give you that. But didn't they need some supervision too? So only the Marvels needed supervision? Only your first black female director, only she needed supervision? Now, maybe they did, but I'm just saying I don't really like how he just kind of only went for that movie. I want to hear a little more accountability for those other whack movies too. I want to hear, hey, you know what, man, that script for Thor 4, I don't know how that slipped by. We got to do better as executives. I want to hear something like that. Who greenlit that? I want to hear a little bit more about how Taika needed more supervision. I want to hear a little bit more of how the hell Peyton Reed was able to release Ant-Man 3, and somebody thought, we gonna kill him with this one. Y'all remember that? Remember there was a whole article, I think it was in the Reign of Marvel book, where Marvel was just shocked. They were surprised that people wasn't feeling Ant-Man 3 that much. They thought they had a banger. Literally, they thought they had a banger on their hands. And it wasn't. It went bang, bang in their face. But it definitely was not no banger. So, just, I ain't really like that lack of supervision comment, as if like she wasn't capable, or as if other people were fine and she wasn't. I don't like that. Anyway, he does go on to say, I mean, we got to a point where if a film didn't do $1 billion in the global box office, we were disappointed. That's an unbelievably high standard, and I think we have to get more realistic. Some of them, and he was talking about more of Disney's output, and their sequels. I don't want to apologize for making sequels. Some of them have done extraordinarily well, and they've been good films too. I think there has to be a reason to make them. You have to have a good story, and often the story doesn't hold up to it, is not as strong as the original story. That can be a problem. And yes, I totally agree with that. With his sentiment that, like, look, you can't just make sequels just because money is there. Like, you have to make sure there's a good story. You have to make sure it's worth doing. And he's also right that, like, yeah, especially with Marvel, when they didn't hit $1 billion, it was kind of like missing the mark. But I've told y'all that before. Marvel's on a different level than other movie studios. So a lot of times when people say like, oh, well, but Marvel made $700 million, or hey, they did this, and that's great if you're like Universal. That's great if you're Paramount. But Marvel's got a different standard. It's just like sports. If a NBA player scores 15 points, that's great for a starter. Good for him. But if you're, LeBron James, 15 points, that's it. Steph Curry, all you can do is 20 points. That's it. Everybody else, that's cool, but not for these folks. Look, Marvel's at the top of the food chain. So that totally makes sense that, a billion, like their expectations are a lot different. But anyway, what do y'all think about Bob Iger's comments on not only the Marvels, but also Disney? Do you think that, he's right about messaging? Do you think he's right about having more supervision on set? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. All right. We got to talk about this. Well. Here we go. Once again. How many times? I think we did one just the last live, didn't we? Didn't we talk about a superhero movie hater last time? I'm losing track. I'm losing track with how many times we gotta come to this conversation. We be having all these old white directors just be mad at superhero movies. Superhero movies don't do nothing but mind their own business. And then somebody could have come out the woodworks. But again, I would not have put this on my bingo card either. That out of nowhere, Jodie Foster decided to choose violence against superhero movies. Why? Why, ma'am? Why? Just no superhero movies was just catching a stray because of her. Now, I put this also on like whoever was interviewing her, but at the same time, it's like, man, these hot takes be out. They just be wild, and it says here that, she's the Naiad actress. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did y'all see Naiad? Did y'all see Naiad? It's that movie on Netflix about these two older women. One of them is a swimmer. Did y'all see it? I just want to know if y'all saw it because, there's always been a sneaky little connective tissue behind people that got movies that ain't nobody checking for. And then all of a sudden they want to look at superhero movies and blame them. Have y'all heard of Naiad? No? Maybe? I don't know. I'll let y'all answer. But let me go through what she actually had to say. I don't know why she had to come out with all this violence though, but let's see what she had to say. In regard to superhero movies, she said, it's a phase. It's a phase that's lasted a little too long for me. But it's a phase, and I've seen so many different phases. Hopefully, people will be sick of it soon. What? Why? Why we gotta be sick of it soon? Why? Like, first of all, it's a genre. It's not a phase. It's a genre. But my question is this: look, if it's not for you, that's fine. Which one of y'all are forcing Jodie Foster to go out and watch superhero movies? Who's forcing her to watch these things? But furthermore, you gotta be a different type of hater to be so steeped in your hatred that you hoping other people will become sick of it. Watch this. Oh, musicals. It's not for me. But you know what? Hopefully one of these days people will just get sick of them. Let's try it again. Romantic comedies. It's not for me, but hopefully one day people will just get sick of romantic comedies. It's a phase. Why? Let me tell y'all something. My wife loves her a good old romantic comedy. If Jennifer Aniston, if Jennifer Lopez, insert white lady named Jennifer in that movie. If they in it, Sandra Bullock, all of them, she loves it. Adam Sandler, all of them, she loves them. Now, I'm not really big into those rom-coms. I'm not saying they bad, but I'm not big into them. But I would never sit here and hope that she would be sick of something that she enjoys. What kind of hater would I be? That's that's a hater to the 25th power to literally be against other people's joy. Why can't Jodie Foster let people enjoy things? Why can't other people just be happy? I don't understand this. Hold on. She got some more. Hold on. Jodie added, the good ones. I like Iron Man. She said, the good ones, like Iron Man, Black Panther, The Matrix. I marvel at those movies and I'm swept up in the entertainment of it. But that's not why I became an actor. And those movies don't change my life. Hopefully, there'll be room for everything else. By the way, I'm glad they mentioned this because I was going to call it out too. The Matrix did spur a franchise. The film is not included in the Marvel or DC IP, and it was an original concept. So let's just kind of talk about that real quick. That's the point. And I've made that point many a times. For all those people that are anti-big IP, anti-franchise superhero movies and all that stuff. The Matrix came out and it got big and you got 4 movies out of it and a bunch of spinoffs and it became its own franchise because that's what happened when someone took a chance on it. But if we listen to all these other folks, we should never take chances on these superhero movies because it's just a phase that hopefully people get sick of. But let's go back to what she actually said. Okay, she likes, Black Panther, Iron Man, cool, that's fine. But she said that's not why I became an actor, and those movies don't change my life. Now, Jodie, who's asking you to be in a Marvel movie or DC movie? Who's asking you to come change your life as an actor to be in these movies? First of all, if we're being honest, I don't know very many people under the age of 30 that are checking for Jodie Foster. Now, that's not to take away what she's done. I think she's a fantastic actress and she's done fantastic work. I'm just saying, in the world of Hollywood, in the world of entertainment, the older you get, sometimes you fall off of people's radars. And all I'm saying is, you never know what kind of new life your entire career could get if you got in front of people that's a new audience to what you've done in the past. So I'm just saying, before you sit here and say that this ain't going to change your life, you don't know that. Because you could be cast as maybe this great villain or maybe a dope superhero or maybe a great character. And then all of a sudden people are like, yo, who's Jodie Foster? Yo, I love her as this Marvel character, this DC character. Yo, she's dope. Let me go watch some of her old stuff. And next thing you know, your agent's like, yo, Jodie, this superhero movie that you just did, yo, you getting calls out of nowhere for more projects because more eyeballs are back on you. And let me also bring one more thing because I think we need some receipts. Y'all know I like receipts. Let's do that. So where is it? I do want to get the exact number for y'all. Yep. Okay. Nope, that's that. Give me 1 second. Because I remember. Dang it, I don't have it here. Okay, so I'm just gonna go off of memory here. Last year in 2022, there were approximately, sit here, a total of 449 movies that were released just in the US and Canada. 449. Now, out of those 449, I want to say about 71, 79 of those movies were released in theaters. Out of those 70 something movies that were released in theaters, last year, approximately 6 to 7 movies were superhero movies. Let's do a little quick calculation here. Let's see. 7 out of, let's just be generous and say 71. Yeah, that's like 10%. So 10% of the movies that have been released in just 1 year are threatening you that much? 10%? This is why I be so confused about these folks that complain about their movies that don't nobody watch. How is 10% threatening you? How is that movie that's in the corner? Yeah, it's making its money. How is that bothering you? Just because it exists? This is why it sounds like pure jealousy and just straight up hating. Because last time I checked, we can watch more than one movie in a year. I don't know people. I mean, if you make a good enough movie that generates enough buzz and enough talk, people will go see it. But my goodness, you sitting there talking about it ain't gonna change your life, and hopefully there's room for everything else. How is there not room for anything else when 90% of y'all movies are not superhero movies? What more do you want? Because I got the feeling that y'all still gonna complain if it was just 3 superhero movies in the year. You still gonna have a problem. Make it make sense. Just make it make sense. Jodie, this ain't a good look. Ma'am, this is not a good look. It's not a good look. You would have been better off being quiet. Go on and swim on Naiad. Go do that swimming. But listen, you would have done better just promoting your movie. You should have done. People don't even know what Naiad is. Why didn't you should have spent more time promoting that. But now look what you in the news for. You're not in the news because of your movie that nobody was gonna see anyway. You're in the news now because you sound like a true hater. You think that's gonna get people to watch Naiad? I don't. How many of y'all finna go watch Naiad right now because of Jodie Foster and her comment? I mean, just let me know. Maybe y'all curious. I don't know. Anyway, what do y'all think about Jodie Foster's comments about superhero movies in general being just a phase? Do you think it's a phase? Did her comments rub you the wrong way? Maybe you agree. I've seen some people actually agree. Once again, I have no idea why people have a problem with what other people enjoy. If other people will have fun with something, y'all go have fun with it. Remember, no one's putting a gun to y'all heads to go watch anything. And just because other people are having joy over there does not mean that it's got to bring you down over here. You could just go over there. Anyway, whatever y'all think, let me know in the comments down below. All right, got that. Anthony, what are you talking about? In your review, you said in your Marvels review, they had entanglement challenges. Did Jada Pinkett Shakur Al Smith help write it? No. No on that. Thank you for that. Treble Clef. Clarice is mad that Hannibal got to be Thor's daddy. Well, listen, I don't hear Anthony Hopkins. I'm sorry. I don't hear Sir Anthony Hopkins complaining not one bit. Not one bit. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh no, I missed it. Hold on. Dang it. I missed that last. Let me go back. Okay, JN, there we go. All this hate for superhero movies. So, what roles would be open for Black folks, Hispanics, Southeast East Asians? Oh, well, leave it to these folks. They got to be in dramas. That's it. Because if it ain't a drama, it's not cinema. You know, everything else is subpar to dramas, apparently. So, you know, um, yeah, I'm not gonna go into that. I'm not gonna go into that. But yes, I will say that there is there's an inkling of a certain worldview in that does exclude more minorities, I would say. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day. Another day. All right, let's go. We're gonna keep up with the superhero movies. We're actually gonna do a quick update on the Thunderbolts. Now, for those of you that don't know, the Thunderbolts is a movie that's coming out, I want to say in 2025, give or take. I know it did get delayed, but this one is going to basically be a story about these super soldiers that are all coming together. Super soldiers, you got a couple Black Widows in there. And the rumor is that they're gonna go after Sentry. The other rumor is that Sentry is going to be played by Stephen Young, same guy that was Glenn in Walking Dead, and the guy that voices Mark in Invincible. So, you know, we do have a comment here from Wyatt Russell. And if you recall, Wyatt Russell is the guy who in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he played Captain Crunch. I mean, Captain Not America. And he had some comments here about what's going to happen with the Thunderbolts movie. And this is what he said. He said, it's not a straightforward Marvel movie as you've seen in the past. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, but I think it will be something that hopefully Marvel fans will look at and go, oh, okay, this is a little different. Let's go hard at it. And as far as we know, as far as how we are approaching it, it's time to go to work a little bit. It's time to make a good Marvel movie. So let's do that and work hard at it and don't take things for granted. He goes on to say that he believes in the story that the Thunderbolts director Jake Schreier is going to do. He says, I have confidence it's going to be good. I know everybody is sort of on this Marvel train right now that things are not going so well, but I know Jake so well. I know how smart Jake is and how much he cares about making something interesting and different and utilizing everyone's talents to the best of their ability. And the story that I think they've come up with is really interesting. I know parts of the story and how the story works, but I can't talk about it. And that's fine. Here's the thing. I am very, very happy to know that even as an actor, he is aware that people feel as though Marvel's lacking. I like that he knows that, because now I wanted to put a certain level of pressure on them to just get it right. This is what I want to hear. Now, here's the thing. This is not a guarantee that they're going to get the Thunderbolts right, but I do like the fact that at least at least you're not going to be like one of those actors like, oh, this is going to be amazing and I don't care what the haters say. And no. Hear what people are saying, because last time I checked, even haters and like not critics like me, but like critics of the films, they pay money to go see it too. So if they pay to go see it, the least you can do is listen to them, because they might be right. They might tell you something that you can use as a benefit, you know? So he's bringing up Jack Schreier and all that, and I was trying to think of like where I heard his name before, and I just saw it here. He is the guy that directed Beef. And I've told y'all this, if y'all have seen Beef on Netflix, that's a good show. I really, really like that show. Now that's not the same as directing a movie, but I will say that, like, if he can tap into whatever made Beef really good, because I love the editing, I love the way that that whole story was told. If he's doing that, if he brings that energy into Thunderbolts, then I am a little bit more optimistic about Beef. I'm a little bit more optimistic. So, and I do agree that the ending for Beef was not as great, but overall, I thought Beef was great overall. But anyway, yeah, but I'm just happy that Captain Not America knows this, because I'm like, yes, you should know that people were not feeling things, and y'all should go back to the drawing board. Y'all should take y'all time, and y'all should make sure that you give us a good product. Don't just make some nonsense because you got hired and because you're poor and you got to feed some kids. Nah, they're paying you millions of dollars. Give us something good. That's all. But anyway, y'all let me know. Does this give you a little bit more optimism for Thunderbolts? Does it give you a little more hope? However you're feeling, let me know in the comments down below. All right. I think we're making good time. Almost. Not really, but we're trying. Now there have been, we got to talk about this. We have had a lot of speculation when it comes to Avengers Secret Wars. And the leading speculation has been, man, we gonna bring the OG Avengers back, and of course you can't have the OG Avengers without Robert Downey as Tony Stark. And for a lot of folks, people have wondered, like, yo, would he come back? Yo, is it possible that he could make a comeback or whatnot? And I mean, who's gonna turn that down? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't turn that down. I wouldn't be mad if Tony Stark came back. I mean, you got a whole multiverse and all that. So it would make sense if he came back in some sort of way. But we do have a couple things here to consider. I mean, for one, bringing Robert Downey back for anything related to Avengers, Marvel gonna have to pay him Tony Stark money, because his deal, his contract that he signed in the first Avengers and everything after, anytime Avengers is in that title, and if he's in it, he getting money off the back end. And y'all already know Avengers movies are easily billion-dollar movies. So my man's already earned, I want to say, at least close to almost $500 million damn near in net worth because of just the Avengers. I mean, so they gonna have to break the bank for him if they bring him back. So that's one reason why I could see why they'd be like, nah, we not gonna bring him back. However, because interest in Marvel has been waning a little bit, because they faltered just a little bit, it would make sense that you got to put a little juice in them Avengers movies. And if you tell me Tony Stark coming back, oh, that's going to get the people going. Ain't no way people not going to go back to the theaters if Robert Downey comes back and shows up. Come on now. That's an easy $2 billion movie. Not a $1 billion. That's an easy $2 billion movie. If you say Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back. Easy money. Well, we do have the boss, Kevin Feige. And he weighed in on this and talked about it. I'm gonna connect this to something. Hold on. So Kevin Feige said, we are going to keep that moment from Avengers Endgame and not touch that moment again. And that's what he told the publication about Tony Stark's emotional final moment in Avengers Endgame. We all worked very hard for many years to get that, and we would never want to magically undo it in any way. So, in other words, Kevin Feige does not want to undo what they did and what they built up with Downey. Now, here's the other thing. Kevin Feige be lying. Okay, Kevin Feige be lying. He just be lying. Now, I'm not mad at the lies because sometimes them lies will lead up to surprises, and I'm always down for surprises. Always down for that. Now, here's the other thing. Bro, why you acting like you ain't got a whole multiverse? Like you can't bring Tony Stark back from another universe and still preserve what happened in Endgame just fine. Stop it. Stop it. Like you could bring back a Tony Stark and put him in a whole different suit of armor so people could be like, oh, that's a different one. Oh, that's not the one that we know. You could do that. I'm just saying you could. But here's the other thing that makes me a little, because one of the reasons why I like looking at these interviews and I like reading these things is because it kind of gives you a little bit of insight into how they think. And I've told y'all this before. A lot of times people say like, yo, what about with T'Challa and Black Panther and Chadwick Boseman? What if, they made him a Skrull? And I've told y'all like, nah, Marvel's not going to go undo something that emotional. And in a similar sense, this is kind of echoing that, right? This is kind of echoing the idea that the whole Tony Stark thing with Downey, it was built up, it was emotional, it was good. We don't want to undo that. So this is why I kind of believe they won't just bring back Chadwick's version of T'Challa at all. But here's the thing. Let me find out. We get to Avengers and Secret Wars, and y'all do bring back Robert Downey's Tony Stark, even if it's a variant, and y'all don't bring back a T'Challa variant, I say double standard. Because you can't sit here and tell me that while Chadwick did something amazing with Black Panther, that Robert Downey didn't also do something amazing with Iron Man. They both did something transcendent with their characters. So if you could bring one back, but you can't bring the other, I got to call foul. I have to call foul. Because if, again, I'm not saying he's lying, maybe he is, I don't know. But if you're sitting here telling me that 10 years of Tony Stark was emotional and you don't want to undo that magically in any way, and if you do bring him back and you can't bring T'Challa back, yo, we right back on that. We got to be right back on that. Because that's going to be hypocrisy at the highest level. Straight up. So, all I'm saying is be consistent. Be consistent. Now, granted, I don't have no qualms if y'all bring back Robert Downey Jr. because I personally believe that the audiences can be sophisticated enough to know that, hey, our Tony from 616 gave his life, sacrificed, he died. We already understand how variants work. We understand that that's not the same Tony. I think we're smart enough as an audience to understand the difference. But if you are saying that y'all don't want to touch this and all that, okay, I don't agree with it, but don't you cross that line and bring Tony back, because then y'all will be the peak of all hypocrites. So anyway, what do y'all think? Do y'all think that Marvel should bring Robert Downey back? Do y'all think that it would help the MCU in general, do you agree with Kevin Feige that it would ruin the magical moment from Endgame? Do you think having a multiverse matters? Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. I'm gonna be so mad if there's a variant Tony and no Black Panther. Like, I'm gonna be so mad. So, oh, I was finna cuss. I was finna cuss. I was finna cuss. Oh, almost got me. Almost got me. Talented one. I really hope Thunderbolts surprises like Guardians of the Galaxy. I had the lowest expectations for it. I have the lowest for Thunderbolts now. No, I do too. So you and me are in the same boat. I do not expect Thunderbolts to be something that great as all. But I'll give it a shot. I'll see what happens. Like I said, I like Jack Schreier from Beef, so the fact that he's doing Thunderbolts, I'm down. I want to see what he has to offer. So we'll see. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yo, hold on. I missed this. I'm sorry. Low key. I don't know if you're still here or not, but thank you so much for the $25 Cash App. You say can't stay, wanted to show some support. Man, low key, thank you so much. If you're catching on the replay, thank you. You're always coming through. Definitely appreciate you for that support. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's move on. Let's get some good news. We need some good news. We got a Blade update. Y'all. Okay, so if you've been following, y'all know how I feel about Blade. Okay, and I've said it and I'm gonna keep on saying it. Tony Stark would not be able to fly if Blade did not walk first. There would be no MCU if Blade had not saved Marvel from bankruptcy. That is just a fact and nothing else. Wesley Snipes, thank you for your contribution. And because of Blade and the amazing success that it had, the MCU has been able to flourish and continue. And even Wesley Snipes, while I understand some people still want him to come back, listen, Wesley's a little old. Like, it's fine. He can pass the baton. He passed the baton to probably one of the best people out there. 2-time award-winning, Oscar award-winning actor Mahershala Ali. Yes. Mahershala Ali cannot be more deserving of taking up the mantle. And I'm talking about, this is a guy that respects. He's talked to Wesley. Wesley has given his blessing, all of that good stuff, to passing this mantle down. Because, recasting is fine. But of course, during the pandemic, we've had a lot of issues with Blade. I've told y'all before, Blade was announced back in 2019. That was almost 4-5 years ago. Everything else done came out. Now, granted, Blade was supposed to come out in phase 5. Well, we in phase 5 right now. But we had a director that was given lackluster action scenes. I don't know how that even happened. We had reports or rumors that one of the scripts had Blade being shuffled off to be in the 4th lead in the all-female cast or something. I don't know. Girlfriends Meet Blade, 227 Blade, whatever. Director leaving the production early, right before y'all was supposed to shoot. Like, what? All this mess had been happening with Blade, and the whole time, Mahershala is just getting older. Now, my man I think he's like 49, I think. So it's kind of like, yo, by the time this movie come out, shoot, even if we get a sequel, he gonna be in his mid-50s. Now, I know black don't crack, but still, don't test it. You ain't got to test it. Anyway, during that time, we did get a new director, and the new director was what is the guy's name? Jan Demange. Jan Demange, if y'all recall, he was Lovecraft Country director. And I was like, yo, I love Lovecraft Country, right? He was brought in. So I was like, okay, that's cool. It's a nice little upgrade, right? And then we found out that Michael Green got added to this. Now, here's the thing. I know Michael Green was the guy that, he did Logan, Alien Covenant. I was like, okay. But I need y'all to check this out for a second here. This is Michael Green. I think we need to look at what Michael Green has done just as a writer. He's written Gotham. Whatever. Sex in the City. Great series. Cupid. I don't know nothing about that. Snoops. I don't know. Smallville. Good series. Jack and Bobby. I don't know. Everwood. Heroes. My man did Heroes. One of the best shows that never got off the ground. Heroes. Kings. I don't know. Green Lantern. I don't know. Then the other Green Lantern. I don't know. River. I don't know. Oscar. Logan. My man did Logan. I like it. Alien Covenant, I know some people didn't like it. I was fine with it. I'm going to skip all that. My man did Blade Runner 2049. Decent movie. Call of the Wild, didn't watch it. American Gods. This guy wrote American Gods. Jungle Cruise, meh. Death on a Nile, okay. Haunting on Venice, cool. Blue-Eyed Samurai? Listen, I just gave y'all my Blue-Eyed Samurai review last time. If you tell me the Blue-Eyed Samurai person is writing anything, I'm in. You wrote Logan, you did Heroes, and you did Blue-Eyed Samurai. That's enough. I'm so good with this. Oh. If that's not good news in itself, I'm with it. But in the midst of all that stuff that was going back and forth with Mahershala Ali and the Blade movie being constantly delayed, there were reports that Mahershala was like not okay. They were talking about he was mad, he was upset, frustrated, which is totally understandable. But we finally got to hear from the man himself. So he gave his thoughts on the state of Blade and what's going on. Here it is. He said, "We're working on it. That's the best I could tell you. I'm really encouraged with the direction of the project. We'll be back at it relatively soon. I'm sincerely encouraged in terms of where things are and who's on board and who's leading the way as far as the writing of the script and the directing and all of that. So that's the extent of what I can tell you. Let me tell you, if he likes it, I love it. If Mahershala is happy, I'm ecstatic. Because I already told you, listen, Lovecraft Country, in there. Blue Eye, Logan, all that. Listen, I'm getting more excited for Blade now. You got the three top folks. You got the actor, director, and writer. Things are starting to look good. Now, I know we went through some trials and tribulations, but I think we're on the right path. I don't know if it's going to come together, but dang it, I think we got the right players in the right places to have a good team. I'm looking forward to this now. Now, listen, we need a good trailer. We need a good story. And I definitely need some good action. I need that. But I am for this right now. And it is very encouraging for me to hear from the actor who we understood was having some issues with this. I'm happy. But anyway, y'all let me know, does this change your thoughts? How do you feel about Blade moving forward? Is this good news enough? Do you need more? Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. Nelson, would a T'Chaka Black Panther work or T'Challa? T'Challa. You could have T'Chaka in there too. Why not both? Why not both? You want to see uh what's his name? Hold on. Um you want to see Jor-El? You want to see Jor-El be Superman? Or do you want Kal-El, Clark Kent? You know, it's just a mantle, right? Y'all want to see a movie about Jor-El flying around saving the day? But you want to see Kal-El, Superman, Clark Kent. I want to see the main show, main product. So, T'Challa for me. What is this? Isn't the MV in a glitch not having T'Challa present? What's MV? I don't know what MV is. But I always just support having T'Challa in there. So, yeah, try not to do abbreviations. I don't know what the acronyms are. I'm already. It's hard enough going through all these topics and thinking. I ain't that bright. Multiverse. Come on now, poor man. You could have typed out multiverse. You could have done that. You could have done that. Let me go back. Because I'm reading. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Isn't the multiverse in a glitch not having T'Challa present? Okay, thank you. See, I'm not smart. Y'all have to help me. But thank you. I wouldn't say it's in a glitch by not having T'Challa present, because technically they can still re they can still rewrite things. They can still reform it. Listen, after Secret Wars, again, I'm not going to spoil it, but if you know what happens at the end of the new Secret Wars in the comics, everything can be fixed. This is the prime opportunity for Marvel to fix everything and put things as they should be. All that risky stuff they did before, they can do away with that. So this is the ultimate reset button if they want to, if they won't. But yeah, we'll have to see. But I wouldn't say that not having T'Challa is a glitch or a problem. It's a problem for us, for me, but it is fixable in the near future. Now, if they don't fix it after Secret Wars, that's a bigger glitch than anything else. I would say that. Thank you so much. Let's see. Alib, thank you so much. What you got? Bringing back the OGs would be fun, but why not focus on us connecting with new characters? I'm tired of not getting a chance to love a character. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I think that bringing back the originals would only be for a one-time thing. And I've been under the impression that if you do bring them back, you got to kill them. Like, I'm thinking, like, if you bring Black Widow, if you bring Hawkeye, like, I think all of them finna just come back and die. Like, because they have to end their chapter. First of all, the actors can't keep doing it forever. Second of all, like you said, you do need to start building the other characters. And if you keep going back to legacy, you're never going to grow. It's kind of like with Creed. Creed can never flourish if Rocky's always there. At some point, you're going to have a movie or two with no Rocky, so he can actually stand on his two legs, and just do his own thing. So yes, I totally get you on that. And they do need to do that better. They do need to continue with the new characters. But I think the issue we have right now is not so much the OG characters, it's the lack of direction. Don't nobody know what to focus on. Do we focus on the Eternals and the Celestials coming back? Do we focus on the Skrulls that are running around in the millions on Earth? Do we focus on the multiverse and Kang and all of that? Like, do we focus on other aliens? Like, what do we focus on? What are we supposed to look at? What are we supposed to be afraid of? What is our guiding light in the MCU? We don't know, because there's so many different things happening. We got incursions also happening. Like what? I don't know. So with that lack of focus, you definitely can't connect with these new characters because your attention is being drawn everywhere else as well. So that's a problem. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you so much, by the way. These are very, very generous of y'all. When I saw a Blade trailer, I clicked without reading the title. I was bummed at first when I saw it was a video game. Looking forward to it since the movie won't come out till 2050 and Ali's on the cane. So yeah, I saw that Blade trailer also. I'm very, very nervous about it. I have no idea what it's gonna do. I'm not too familiar. I think what was it, Arcane or Arcan, whatever that game comes. Now, if you told me Rocksteady, Insomnia was doing it, I'd be like, okay. I don't really know this other company and what they've been doing. So I'm just like, we'll see. We'll see. I need a better trailer. I need some gameplay. Then I can get excited. But I'm happy that there is a Blade anything. I am happy about that. Let's see. Nelson, what you got? Was the MCU multiverse reborn after Loki finale? No, I don't think it was reborn. I think it was allowed to continue to exist. So because Loki is now, spoiler alert by the way, but now that Loki is not just the god of stories, but he is the new temporal loom. He is the new device. He's the new mechanism that allows the multiverse to continue to exist and grow. So it's because of Loki, Venom can continue to exist. It's because of Loki, you got Madam Web. Loki's the reason why Morbius continues to exist because he's allowing all the branches to keep going. So no, the multiverse is not reborn. It's just not getting pruned. It's not getting pruned in that case. That's what Loki is doing. But thank you so much for that. Tony, what you got? Rewatch Blade Trinity is definitely in my top 5 guilty pleasures. Totally understand. And it may not be that good, but similar to Punisher Warzone, the movie is just as blast as Jessica Biel and Ryan Reynolds. Yes, you're not wrong. I'm with you on that. Those are two movies. Those are movies that I would totally watch. I know they're not cinematic masterpieces, but I don't care. I'd watch them. So that's fine by me. All right, let's see. So Dre, I'm gonna save that one for a little bit after so we can get these topics out. But so I'll answer those questions after. Let's see. We got 2 more topics left. We're gonna talk Deadpool, then Jonathan Majors, then I'll be done. Then other stuff. I forgot. I do have to talk about other stuff. But anyway, Deadpool leaks. Now, I've told y'all this. I do not like spoilers. I hate them. Spoilers get on my nerves. I feel like all those people, and I know I might be talking to some people in here, and this might sound personal, it might sound like a jab, but it's my opinion. There are people out there that believe that they don't mind spoilers. And one of the things that I would like to say is the fact that while you think you don't mind spoilers, you also have no idea of the feeling that you would have had something not been spoiled for you. That is something that you cannot get back. You can't get unsurprised. You can't get re-surprised. So for me, I don't think that when people say that they don't like spoilers, I'm sure you believe that, but at the same time, there's a parallel universe out there where maybe you were surprised, and that's a feeling that you're just not going to experience. Again, that's just a fact. You're not going to experience something when it's already been spoiled. You can't experience that surprise, right? So it's hard for anyone to know how they would have felt about something that they never experienced. That's my position on it. So for me, I don't like spoilers because I do think that if a surprise is baked into a story, if it's baked into a movie or a plot or whatever, it's there for a reason because it's there to surprise you. It's there to shock you. It's there to do something to you that if you know about it, your experience is going to be lessened to some degree. Doesn't mean it's going to be terrible for you, but it will be lessened because you're going to see it coming. So, unfortunately, we still live in this internet age where it's not so much that people are thirsty for spoilers, but it's that people benefit from spoilers. And it's one of the reasons why I get very careful with the type of stuff I report. So, I don't mind talking about like, oh, here's this person that's going to be Fantastic Four, or here's this rumor of what could happen, whatever, because maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't, whatever. But that's very different than, hey, I got a copy of this script and I'm going to tell you what happens. That's not okay, in my opinion. Or what has recently been happening with Deadpool, we would see set photos. And, hopefully y'all not going out there looking for it, but there have been set photos of Deadpool 3 that have leaked. And these photos show something that clearly, I would say, would probably be a surprise if you see it in the movie. But because these set photos kind of have released, it's not going to be a shock. People are going to see it. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, the second I see this character, I know this is going to happen to that character because the set photos spoiled it. So, again, one of the issues I have with this is when things are spoiled, because again, they were intended to surprise you. It's funny to me that after things are spoiled, then people are wondering why it is the movie does not live up to their expectations or it doesn't live up to their hype. Because I know a lot of movies that, like I think of Terminator Genesis, and I'm like, yo, the marketing literally spoiled the big twist. So by the time I saw the movie, it was flat. But had I not known this very big twist that was going to happen, the movie might have been a different experience for me. So with Deadpool 3 and all of that happening, it's actually prompted Ryan Reynolds to beg people and websites and fans to stop spoiling the movie. Just stop. So he went on his Instagram and, he said surprises are part of the magic of theatrical movies. Literally what I was talking about. Yes, it is. He said it's important for us to shoot the new Deadpool film in real natural environments using practical effects as opposed to making the movie indoors and digitally. Telephoto lenses continue to spoil surprises and create a difficult situation for everyone. Here's hoping some of the websites and social channels hold back showing images before they're ready. The film is built for audience joy, and our highest hope is to preserve as much of that magic as possible for the finished film on the big screen. Part of the reason people post spoilers is because they're excited. I realize these aren't real world issues, and it's firmly in the good problems bucket. I love making this movie. And he is 100% right. That's part of the experience, is going into a movie and letting it surprise you. Because if you already go in knowing the surprises, you're going to be like, man, this movie wasn't all that. And that's your own fault because you let the thing spoil it. That's not the movie's fault because the movie was built and designed to shock and surprise you with those certain elements. But if you go in, that's like walking in on your own surprise party. If you go in and spoil your own surprise party, but then you be like, man, this wasn't no big deal, that's your fault. Even though the party was supposed to surprise you. So anyway, I'm totally with Ryan Reynolds on this. I think he is absolutely right that these things should be preserved for the film. But of course, Ryan Reynolds is a liar. And not only is he a liar, but this man goes on to spoil Deadpool as well. And I too am a liar because while I said I wasn't going to spoil the movie, I'm going to spoil it for y'all anyway. And that's Ryan Reynolds, as you can see, on the set with the Predator. That's right. He got the Predator in there, all in his movie, but obviously this is a joke. This is not real. He said Deadpool began with a link. So I'm with a leak. I'm joining in, but please don't overuse the phrase Deadpool leaks because it might screw up search results if anyone is looking for Deadpool leaks or Deadpool spoilers or Deadpool scoops. So of course, Ryan Reynolds is being brilliant in here by making these fake spoilers so that when people do go look up the spoilers, they find the fake ones rather than the real ones. This is genius. This is genius. And I love that he did this. I wish I could. I don't know. I thought I had some more in here. But those are the only type of spoilers I want to see. I want to see spoilers like that. Look at this. Look at this. He got another one right here. Mickey Mouse. Getting that money. Deadpool getting that money from Mickey. Deadpool spoilers. What the hell is that? Is that a transformer? I don't know. But what is this? You got the guy holding the cue cards, you got Steve Urkel in the background. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what you do. This guy is a genius. Because one of the things that made Deadpool work, in my opinion, was when you go back and look at the trailers and stuff, you didn't see anything. You didn't know anything. You just saw little stuff. He never spoiled the movie with the marketing. He would do commercials about Deadpool, but not the movie. Like it'd be Deadpool at a car wash or something crazy like that. So stuff like that, I think, is brilliant because when you actually walk into the movie, I think people have a far better time when they don't know what to expect versus people being thirsty, trying to get clicks, trying to get views by, analyzing every single element of the trailer and analyzing and posting every single rumor and posting every single set leak and all this. It's like, why? Why don't you just let the movie do it for you? You don't like nice things? No. Anyway, what do y'all think about these Deadpool leaks by Ryan Reynolds? And what do you think about his thoughts on that as well about basically preserve it? Like chill out with all that. Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. Let's go with Shogun here. What you got? For me, it depends on the movie. If I'm watching a high concept stuff, sci-fi, I don't mind it getting spoiled. I like thinking about the concepts beforehand. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would need an example maybe of like what you're referring to because like I guess like what I'm thinking, what comes to mind for what you're saying, I'm thinking like maybe Tenet, you know? Like do you need to know that it has something to do with time travel? Like, because to me that wouldn't be like a spoiler, but if somebody told you like, man, at the end of Tenet, this happened, this happened, this happened, then that's different. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think that it's just better to go in as cold as possible. I just think that at the very least you can experience something that you can never get back. It's like you can't become a virgin again. I know some people want to believe that, but once that cherry's popped, it's popped. You know what I'm saying? So if your movie cherry is popped, it's done. You can't unpop it, So I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. Maybe there are some exceptions out there. Not mad. Now I'll say this though. I don't think it's much of a spoiler if it's something already well known, So like let's say Passion of the Christ Part 2. Spoiler alert, Jesus comes back. Like that's not much, so that's a spoiler that like I think it'll be all right. I think you could gotta get away with that. Or if it's something like something super old, Luke, I am your father, I'm your father, whatever. Like it's only been like 40 years. Like if you haven't seen it now, you probably heard the whole Darth Vader thing at least once in your life. So of course there are always going to be exceptions. Of course, but I just think generally speaking, it's probably better not to know than to know if it can be helped. Because what I'm talking about are the people that are like actively going out there to not just ruin it for themselves, but ruin it for other people. Like, why are you posting this stuff online? Somebody could be scrolling, minding their own business, trying to keep everything straight, and then boom, you see a set photo or something. Like, why? It's just unnecessary. It's like, and here's the thing. Again, everybody has the right to look at what they want to look at. If you like things, fine. Just don't ruin it for other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like smoking. If you want to do that to your body, that's your business. Don't go smoking in people's faces. We don't need your secondhand smoke. Keep that to yourself. Anyway. All right. We got to move on to the last topic of tonight. Main topic here with Jonathan Majors. Now let me just say this. Now, because I've been trying to cover this as best as I can for as long as I can since the beginning, since the whole TMZ thing dropped. I've been trying to cover this as much as possible. And I've already told y'all my position on this. I'm waiting for the facts. I'm waiting for the evidence. I've also told y'all because from the very beginning of this trial, we've only, not even the trial, before the trial, we've only heard one side. Okay, we've only heard one side. We've only heard the defense talking. They're the only ones that have gone public with stuff for the most part. We've seen some video clips, we've seen some text messages, and I've covered everything that the defense has said earlier. We have not heard very much from the prosecution. Now, I've also let y'all know this. You don't know what the prosecution has. You don't know what the evidence they want to use. We also don't know how they want to spin things, what their perspective is. We have to understand that when it comes to these cases and being someone in the public, now we're not in the courtroom also, we have to take whatever information we get with a grain of salt, right? Because it's the job of each side to paint things a certain way. It is Jonathan Majors' lawyer's job to paint him as innocent as possible. It is the prosecution's job to paint him as guilty as possible. That's their job. It's our job to look at all the information, all the evidence, and then come to a decision and be like, you know what, man, the prosecution, they laid out a great case. He sounds more guilty than innocent. Or, man, the defense, they created so much doubt, or they presented so much evidence that, man, he really is more innocent than the prosecution tried to make him sound to be. That's how this works. So I say this because I see people commenting coming in my comments saying like, man, E-Man, you biased. E-Man, you this. I can't be biased because I don't have all the information. Now, I've always said I've wanted Jonathan Majors to be innocent. I don't want to have one of my favorite actors be actually guilty of a crime of beating on women. I don't want that. I don't want that to be true. But if it is true, I have to live in reality and be like, damn, he's got to go. Now, if he's innocent, great. I want him to be innocent. But I'm on the side of justice wherever that falls. But I want to just kind of clear this up for people, especially if you're new coming on to my channel or whatever. Just because I report something, that's not meaning it's bias. I think a lot of people say, oh, well, you're only reading bad news because it's biased against Jonathan Majors. That's not how I look for news. That's not, I read things as they come out. And if it's good, that's good. If it's bad, it's bad. That's a matter of perception. I'm not out here looking for only good news for Jonathan Majors or only bad news against Jonathan. I'm just trying to report whatever comes out. And if it sways your persuasion, that's fine. Y'all can make up y'all decision, but That's not what we're doing here. This is not a game of confirmation bias. If you want a cheerleading type of YouTube channel, go somewhere else. That's not what this is. Okay, so now y'all got that. Now, let me also say this too. I want y'all to check this lady out because I have not heard a lot of coverage on Jonathan Majors, and because I was out for 2 weeks, I was out and I was not really available to really, do this kind of work right now. I had not been following the early stages um of the case. So there are some things that I'm going to kind of gloss over, and that's only because I don't want to misinform people. I don't want anybody to take my word when I have not fully researched everything. So in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk about the latest details, because the details have been going through since December 4th, I want to say, maybe a little earlier than that. But I'm going to go over the details that just came out recently within the last couple days in this trial. But I do encourage y'all to go ahead and follow this lady right here. Her name is Danny's Does Law and Policy, or at Danny Does Law. From what I can tell, now I don't know her personally, but looks like she follows me. So hey, from what I can tell, she has actually been in the court, and she is actually reporting on the case as things develop. So and by the way, listen, I'm not saying y'all gotta harass her, but if anybody knows her, tell her to hit your boy up, because I'm like, look, let's have a conversation. Let come and do a live. Let's get on here. Let's talk about the case, because she's actually at the case. She's reporting, she's tweeting about it. So go check her out as well. Because again, we're not really seeing a lot of people covering this the way that they was covering Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and stuff like that. So if she's actually there and she's covering it, go check her out. So I will be referencing a couple things that she says here again, because she can add a little context to this. I do believe she's done a couple lives already with my man, what was it, Chillmonger. So y'all could definitely go check out those lives. I don't want to mess her up. I think it's Pam Entertainment, I think, has also been covering this. So there've been a lot of other folks that have been covering this. Again, they're not getting a lot of attention. But if we can bring Danny over here, what I'm saying? Like, look, if we can use this platform to get this thing going, let's do it. You know what I'm saying? Because I want people to be informed at the end of the day. But anywho, so there were, let's see, one thing that she said here was this. It was about the jury selection. So this is the jury selection that happened, and this was on the 4th. So the jurors that got selected, I guess it was 8 jurors. 2 of them were let's see, it was 8 jurors. Let me make this bigger for y'all. So the 4th person is a Hispanic person. 1 is a Hispanic male, at least by appearance. 2 Asian men, 1 white male, 1 black woman, 2 white women. And she says here that all of them appear to be under 40, except for the black woman and Hispanic appearing man. So, one thing that kind of stands out to a lot of people is like, y'all ain't got not one black man. Like, aren't you supposed to be judged by your peers? Not one black man? No? Okay. So I don't know if that's good, bad. I don't know, but that's an interesting jury selection. It's a very interesting jury selection. But let's see, what else does she say here? So they're also like, well, there's a lot of evidence, a lot of stuff here. Again, I do encourage you guys to go check her out. I would be here for like 4 or 5 hours if I went through every single detail. So go check her out. But we are going to go through some of the elements here that stood out the most, I think. So now we have Grace Jabari, the ex-girlfriend of Jonathan Majors, and she took the stand. So now keep in mind, at first she wasn't going to press charges. Then the DA took it up and they were pressing charges basically for her, but they also are calling her on as a witness. And this is one of the reasons why, even though the NYPD found plenty of reason and cause to arrest her, the DA was not going to press charges. They were not going to follow through. You can get arrested, but if the DA ain't going to charge you, it's kind of like, what's the point? So, for anybody asking why isn't she doing jail time, why isn't it? That's why, because she is the DA's witness, and she did come and give some testimony here. Now, I believe the testimony that she gives here is more so for background and context. It's not really for what happened per se on that night. But here's I'm gonna go through a couple things here on what was going on and what was claimed according. So again, keep in mind, just because we talk about one side of the argument does not mean that that's the side we're going with. I'm just reporting how things happen. It says here, Marvel actor Jonathan Majors was so controlling towards his girlfriend, he told her that she needed to make sacrifices for him, like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama did for their husbands. This is what the prosecutors told the jury at the opening of the domestic violence case. Now, I know y'all have seen that go around in all the blogs and and all the stuff. Everybody's talking about like, oh, you know, uh, um, he's wanting her to be like Coretta Scott King and be like Michelle Obama and stuff like that. I, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, that was kind of funny when I read it. I even saw people say comments on there like he wanted her to be like She Who Behaves, it's that. So yes, I get the jokes. I totally get it. But again, this is one of the values of having someone actually there in the court case. Because Danny brought some really good context here. She says of an audio exhibit where Majors is heard referring to Michelle Obama and Coretta Scott King. He used them as examples of how a great woman supports her great man, not as a requirement that she be them. He was lamenting about her behavior as respects to drinking and hanging out, reflecting poorly on his overall image as his girlfriend. No cursing was heard, no threats, no rage. So that's the context that you needed for that. Now, let's see. It says here the Manhattan Assistant District Attorney Michael Perez basically painted Majors as cruel and manipulative pattern of psychological abuse. Now, again, this is what the prosecution is painting the picture for the jury. It says prosecutors accuse Majors of assault and harassment. They are saying that he broke Jabari's finger, twisted her arm, and struck her in the ear, causing it to bleed. Now, of course, we have already seen various videos that the lawyer that Major's lawyer tried to get ahead of. She tried to say like, look at all these videos where her fingers are fine. She's, running her hair, she's partying. So again, this is the case. This is the chess match between the prosecution and the defense, so just kind of keep in mind with that. Let's see. It also says here, as the car moved through Chinatown, Jabari saw a text from a romantic rival called Cleopatra. And the message said, "Wish I was kissing you." Now, the text sparked a tug of war over the cell phone in which both Majors and Jabari claimed that they suffered minor injuries. Now, before arguments began, Manhattan prosecutors consolidated the 8 misdemeanor charges against Majors, and they made it basically into 4. 2 counts of third-degree assault, 1 count of aggravated harassment, and 1 count of harassment. Jabari also charged by the NYPD for misdemeanor assault, but of course the DA declined to bring the case against her. Now, I've said this, and of course, I'm not a lawyer, but I've said that one of the stickiest things that's of those charges um, is probably the harassment. Like the harassment to me, the way it sounded legally, it sounded like anybody could be charged of harassment. If you just talk back at somebody, if you yell at somebody, that's harassment. At least that's the way I interpreted it. So it seems like the DA is trying to make the bar very low in order to get their case against Majors. Um, Let's see. It goes on here. This is more from the prosecution. He began to snap at Grace Jabari and became manipulative. He even threatened suicide to control her. Okay, well, that's new information we didn't know. He became angry, or this is saying in June of 2022, she went to a music festival where her cell phone service was spotty. And it said here that Majors became angry at her and ordered her to return. He told her that she needed to be there when he needed her. This is more from the prosecution. He got upset when she went to the pub for a drink with a friend and confronted her, pulling her earphones out of her ears and saying, "You're stupid if you don't know what you did wrong." Now, here's the thing, just real quick. While this is coming from the prosecution, and again, their job is to paint a picture for the jury that this person is guilty and they're trying to show a pattern. My only issue with this so far is I'm hearing a lot of anecdotes. I'm hearing a lot of stories, but I'm not hearing a lot of context. You know, it's like you're only telling me one slice of the story, and I don't really know the full picture. So obviously, if all you hear and all you listen to is one side of a story, it's easier to believe that. I'll put it to you this way. Have y'all ever had a friend? Maybe maybe I don't know, ladies, maybe you can identify with this more. Maybe you have a girlfriend out there and all she does is tell you the bad things that the guy does that she's dating. And maybe fellas, maybe it's the other way. Maybe you got one of your boys and all he tells you is the negative things that his girl does with him. Well, what are you supposed to believe? If all you hear is negative stuff, you're gonna be like, yo, why do you even stay with that person? Why don't you leave? Why don't you dump them? Why? Because they're not telling you the other side of the story. They're not telling you maybe the dumb stuff they did. They're not telling you maybe the good stuff that they did. They're not telling you everything. They're only telling you one side. So just kind of keep that in mind when listening to these prosecution or the defense. No one's going to tell you the full story. They're going to tell you pretty much the side that helps their argument. So anyway, that's the way I'm taking it. That's why I'm taking what the prosecution says with a grain of salt, and what the defense says, I'm taking that with a grain of salt, because I'm like, nobody is telling us everything. They're just telling us little pieces of many stories to help their argument. That's it. All right, here's another little story from the defense, from the prosecution. He told Grace Jabari that she needs to live up to the standards of Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama and to make sacrifices for him, because he told her, "I'm a great man." He told her that she needed to comport herself in a way he needed her to be. And again, we just read the context from someone actually in the court that might not be the case. The defense lawyer, now it's the other side, the defense lawyer painted Jabari as a reckless drunk who was living off of Major's largesse. Or basically all his money and stuff. She promised testimony from the livery car driver and had previously called Jabari a psycho girl. So now, again, you see how the game is being played. The prosecution's trying to paint Jonathan Majors as a psychotic monster. The defense is trying to paint Grace Jabari as a drunken psycho as well. Who's right? I don't know, but again, just understand this is how how these cases are going. They have to make the jury believe one of these sides. Now, the defense painted Jabari as the aggressor, driven by jealousy, who scratched up Major's face and ripped buttons from his coat and tearing up his jacket. The lawyer also said Jabari hooked up with 3 strangers and went to Club Lucy's. Now, here's the thing. We saw that video of her partying and drinking and stuff like that. Afterwards, again, this is the defense lawyers giving their case. She called Majors 32 times and texted him repeatedly. Here's one of the texts. I guess you're with Cleopatra right now. We were supposed to get married. How could you do this to me? She also threatened suicide, the lawyer said. Now, here's the thing. Didn't the other lawyer just say that Majors threatened suicide to manipulate her? And now the defense lawyer is saying that she threatened with suicide as well? This is starting to sound messy. Okay? The injuries were the result of a drunken fall, according to Major's lawyer, not Major's attack. And in revenge, she made these false allegations to ruin Jonathan Majors and destroy everything he worked so hard for. So these are pretty much the opening statements. This is how they're kind of feeling, how they're trying to set up the situation for the jury to determine. Now, here was something from Grace Jabari. And this was from one of her testimonies about how basically she felt scared. She felt scared early in their relationship. So again, this is information that we have not heard. This is the first time we're hearing some of this stuff. She said here, we spent every day together, maybe minus a few, within the next few months. The British national Jabari said under questioning. He told me he loved me very early on. Okay. Now, she said this too. He's a big guy, so you want to step back. Now, this is when she said that how Major scared her with vitriolic remarks about an ex-boyfriend. So because she said that, now she's saying he's a big guy, so you just want to step back. Now, listen. If we can be honest here, and let's be grown about this, let's not act as though in America there are not racial aspects that can go into place with this. You're a young white female and a bigger black man is accused of domestic violence against you. There is a long history of that stereotype being perpetuated throughout history in this country. I'm not saying it's not true that maybe he's tried to scare her. I'm not saying he's not a big guy. I'm just saying it is a factor that who she is and what she looks like and the country she's in, perpetuating this imagery to an audience, which, by the way, lacks a black man. These things are factors. That's all I'm saying. It's a little unsettling. So, again, her testimony was primarily background context to help the jury figure out what their life was like before. Whatever. We have a little bit more from, I think, the girlfriend from Grace Jabari, and I think the officer and the arresting officer also. But we actually have from her friend. So her friend was Holly Blakely. She was called as a witness. Blakely said that Majors was sweet and charming when she first met him 2.5 years ago, and that he and Jabari were very loving. And then over time, things changed. She said here, I never heard her like that before. Quiet, wrecked, in shock, like she'd been crying. In a way, it was an entirely different emotional landscape. It was different. She was very, very broken, a very traumatized person. This is according to Jabari's, friend. Now we also have Officer Brendan Swain. He's a domestic violence prevention officer in New York. He was one of the people on the scene when they found Grace Jabari in Major's apartment. According to him, Jabari whispered saying that she didn't want Majors right outside the room. She seemed scared and started to cry. This is according to the officer. Based on what we had so far, I knew bare minimum there'd be a domestic incident report filed. There was an incident that had occurred. So again, this is according to the police officer that was there on trial. Now, there is body cam footage that was taken. Now, this is something that I have to personally do a little bit more research on. And maybe Danny, has seen something in the courtroom that I haven't. But I want to see that. I want to see the body cam footage, or at least I need to do more research and find out what was on the body cam footage, because that right there can probably tell us a little bit more information than what's being testified, right? So we had the police testimony or whatever, but this is probably where I got the most disturbed. And this is the new evidence that was revealed, and I want to say it was today that this just came out. And these are the disturbing and somewhat shocking text messages that came from Jonathan Majors, and that was revealed in this case. And once again, this is one of the reasons why I say don't jump to no conclusions about stuff until this case is over and we get as much information as possible, because some of this stuff is, again, surprising. And it says here Jonathan Majors appears to admit physically attacking his ex Grace Jabari in text messages, and that has been entered into evidence. So here's one of the text messages, and this is between Majors and Jabari. And this was 6 months before Majors was arrested in March. This is one of the text messages 6 months before. I fear you have no perspective of what could happen if you go to the hospital. This is according to Majors. And this is in September 2022. So this is not March 2023. This is 6 months before that. They will ask you questions. And as I don't think you actually protect us, it could lead to an investigation, even if you do lie and they suspect something. Majors also said it's just fake, but based off of the messages put into evidence, it was not clear what he was calling fake, and no context was provided in court. Now, I'll just say this. Actually, no, you know what? Let me read the rest of the messages. I'll go into this. So Jabari continues, I will tell the doctor I bumped my head. Jabari cried as she read aloud the message in court. The assistant attorney took over reading the rest of the messages. This is what Grace Jabari said. I will tell the doctor I bumped my head if I go. I'm going to give it one more day, but I can't sleep and I need some stronger painkillers. That's all. Why would I tell them what really happened when it's clear I want to be with you? What really happened? And what is it that Majors was kind of apprehensive about her talking about and having an investigation about? So now I will say that, like, these are parts of the text. I'd love to know what the full conversation is. I want to know that, but keep in mind, this is what the prosecution is showing to the jury. And I'm only thinking to myself, well, is the jury getting any extra context? Because if you only read this just for what it is, it sounds pretty damning. It sounds like he was trying to like some incident did happen and that she was trying to cover for him. That's what it sounds like. But we also don't have the full text and context either. So again, take it however. But it doesn't sound good. If I'm being honest, it doesn't sound good. Like, I'll put it this way. What context could have happened that would have made this sound any better? I think that's the question we really need to ask. Like, what other situation? Because the whole thing with trying to defend someone, if you're the defense lawyer, is creating doubt, right? You have to say, like, oh, that text message, it could have been 50 million different things. And if those 50 million different things exist, now you can't just rely on that one potential bad thing. So, if reading those texts, you're thinking, just like me, you need some context. What other possibilities contextually would make those texts sound not as bad? What other situation could have happened that would have prompted Jonathan Majors, let's just say he's innocent, that, if you tell them what really happened, that's in the text, that's not speculation, what really happened, that the investigation wouldn't be a thing and all that. Like, fill in that gap. Goes on to say, now there was that big old 150 page pretrial filing. We talked about that in previous videos, that basically this is what happened with the prosecution, why there was a delay, because they were trying to get all this information together. And this is what this is what we found out in the filing. It said prosecutors mentioned medical records from London related to an incident that occurred in September 2022. That earlier incident of alleged abuse had previously been ruled inadmissible, but the defense opened the door to prosecutors being able to share with the jury text messages regarding that prior incident, the judge told lawyers Friday morning. Okay, it seems like the defense was cool with that. It says in those 2022 text messages, Majors had responded to Jabari threatening suicide if his then girlfriend went to the hospital for her injured head. Last night, according to Majors, last night I considered killing myself versus coming home. I need love too. Or maybe I'm such a monster and a horrible man, I don't deserve it. And I should just kill myself. In this way, my existence is miserable. I want to die. Jabari responds, I will not go to the doctor if you don't feel safe with me doing so or don't trust me to. I promise you, I would never mention you, but understand your fear. Majors continues, I will probably kill myself. It's not really contemplating anymore. I'm a monster, a horrible man, not capable of love. I'm killing myself soon. Jonathan, you can't say this. I'm going to have to tell someone. This is Jabari responding by text, noting her perceived error and not hugging him. Now keep this in mind. We had already talked about how the defense lawyer also talked about Grace Jabari talking about killing herself and threatening suicide when they found her in his apartment. But according to these text messages that were about 6 months before the incident, almost a year ago, looks like Jonathan was also threatening suicide for whatever the emotional situation is. In my non-expert opinion, they both sound messy and toxic and sad. They both sound like damaged people. This reminds me of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation, where I know people wanted to jump on Amber Heard and some people wanted to rally behind Johnny Depp. Honestly, when I was looking at the case and when I was going through all of this stuff, I was like, both of y'all got problems. Both of y'all don't need to be together. Both of y'all are damaged individuals. Like, people want to jump on one side. I'm like, no, both of y'all need help. I'm sorry, but like, when you get to the point, and I don't care if you're Jonathan Majors, I don't care if you're Grace Jabari, when you get to the point where emotionally, in order to get whatever attention, you have to threaten suicide, something's wrong. It might not be wrong with the relationship, but something is wrong with you individually, and you gotta get some help. You gotta get some help. And I don't really care whose side you on. In my opinion, that's emotionally manipulative. If I have to tell you, in order for you to love me, or if you don't love me a certain way, if you don't hug me enough, if you don't do this, you don't do that, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm manipulating you because I know you care about me by threatening suicide to do XYZ thing. And it sounds like, based off of these text messages, based off of the reports from the prosecution and from the defense, sounds like they both were emotionally manipulative to each other because they both threatened suicide. It does sound like they cared about each other. I mean, Jonathan Majors did call 911 to help her because he found her in his apartment throwing up and all this stuff. He did care about her. According to his incident report that he filed with the police, he did grab her and put her into a vehicle because he was trying to protect her from herself. But damn, these text messages from Jonathan talking about he want to kill himself. I'm sorry, but the brother sound like he got some issues too, or at least maybe he had them. Maybe he's better. I don't know. But at some point, something was not right with this man. This brother was going through some things. And she was clearly going through some things. And they both did not work. This was toxic and messy to the highest degree. And I really do hope that both of them are getting help because, and let me just take this time real quick. Like, if you ever feel like you do not need to be on this earth anymore, I promise you, yes, you do. Okay. Go get help. Go get therapy. Go talk to somebody. Call, what is that? Let me get the number real quick. What's the suicide prevention number? Just in case. Because you don't know who's watching, who's, whatever. Like, what is it? 988. Dial 988 if you ever feel that your life ain't worth it. And I'm here to tell you, if y'all listen to E-Man, if you ever care about my opinion, you matter. You are valuable. You matter. But dial 988 just in case. Talk to somebody, please. Because nothing in this world should get you to that point where you got to feel that low about yourself and then you bringing other people into that. No, don't do that. Life is too good. You too valuable. So it pains me to hear that both of these individuals are at this point where they're using it against each other. That's wild to me and sad. Says here in the 115-page filing reviewed by People, so this is the outlet doing that, prosecutors listed a series of texts by Jabari in September 2022 only some of which were shared with the jury on Friday, which included, per the prosecutors, photographs of a hand, shoulder, buttocks, along with text about punching, discussing pain, and as shared with the jury on Friday on September 22nd, 2022, a text with JM using Major's initials, RE medical treatment. So, once again, we're not in the jury. We're not in the courtroom. They are seeing these photographs of hands, shoulders, butt cheeks, and stuff. I don't know, punching, discussing pain. There's a lot of context here that we don't know about, that the jury has access to that we don't. I don't know what these photos are. I don't know what they saw with these other text messages. So just keep that in mind because we on the sidelines. Okay, we can go off of these reports or whatever, but we on the sidelines. That's why I need to listen. Somebody tell Danny to hit me up. Hit me up on the Twitters, because I was sitting there like, yo, if you in the court, I need to know what you seen, you know. But yeah, that definitely sounds like something we need to see as well. But the jury's getting this information. It says here, I was just scared of the consequences of it. This is according to Jabari. I still wanted to protect him. Ms. Jabari, do you know who caused your injuries on March 25th, 2023? This is the prosecution asking her. She says, I do. The defendant, Jonathan Majors. So she has taken the stand, pointed the finger at him, and it seems like all that protection she wanted to do is out the window. So, but that is all we have for Jonathan Majors' trial right now. Like I said, those text messages were absolutely disturbing, shocking. And yeah, I think that we just have another case of two very toxic people that just were not right for each other in any way. I hope and pray that both of them are in a better place. I hate that they got to go through this. I hope they're doing better. But damn, that's just a lot. That's a lot. But I don't know. You guys let me know. What did you think about this new evidence, these new testimonies? Does it change your perspective? Does it add? Do you still want to wait for more? Whatever you think, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right. Let me grab a couple. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Rega, let's see. It seems that they had an abusive relationship and some altercation occurred in 2022, but this is about a different specific incident in 2023 for which we've seen some video evidence that tells a story. It could, but here's the thing. When they bring up old things like this, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume it's to point to context, it's to give you background. In other words, it's trying to illustrate. I think the prosecution is trying to illustrate if this happened in the past, it shows that it's a pattern, and if it's a pattern, it's not something spontaneous that just came about. So, this is how you build a case, right? Like if you have a rap sheet, of constantly stealing, and then all of a sudden you're caught shoplifting, that they're going to do that to build a case. So, videos are one thing, but if there is a pattern of abuse, I don't know. Like I don't know how these things get tried. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming they're trying to paint a picture of this is not a one-time isolated thing the way people would want it to be. I don't know, but we'll see how that goes moving forward. But thank you so much for that. Again, that's the prosecution's strategy, right? That's what they're trying to do. That's the picture they're trying to paint for the jury. Let's see what you got here, Shogun. I don't know. Hypothetically, can you get prosecuted for seemingly confirmed domestic violence on a previous date that this case wasn't about? I don't think so. Because I would like to say that they would need to bring new charges if evidence was brought up about that. But I think that this is more for background information for the jury. But I don't think whatever happened back in 2022 is being held against him directly. I think it's more so like, hey, look at this shady situation, and they're hoping it will persuade the jury in one way. I think that's the angle they're going for. But I don't think you can get in trouble for that unless new charges are brought up and a different case was brought up with probably different evidence. Charles, my gosh, Charles, thank you so much. So generous for that, man. Replay gang, your apologies almost made me crash. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Charles, and thank you for that very, very generous contribution, man. I really appreciate you. Let's see, JN. Both Majors and Jabari are toxic. Some violence more than likely occurred. Majors is a great actor, but he may had a problem. Maybe. I mean, now this is for the prosecution to prove. You are innocent until proven guilty. So, I definitely think he was in very dark places. He definitely, I think he did say in the interview that he is currently in therapy. So that's good for him. But it does sound like my man was going through some dark things. And it sounds like Grace sound like she got some issues too. Drug use, maybe drinking. I don't know. Like the way they found her in his apartment and he needed help to get in there, that don't put her in the best light either, So yeah, but they definitely need some help, both of them. Let's see. Obum, thank you so much. Let's see. Well said, brother. They both need help. It's just not a one-sided story. I really respect your takes because you're not forcing anything, just saying how it is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I wish some of the other folks in the comments, not here, but like later on, I wish they would see it. They'd be like, man, email, you just hate black men. You hate Jonathan Majors. I'm like, what? There's some other people like, no, he's guilty. He's this and that. I'm like, what? Like, y'all can have y'all opinions, but I don't know, man. I'm just trying to read what's going on. I know that I don't know enough to come to a final decision yet. I could say this is good, and this ain't looking good. It's different, But anyway, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Brian, what you got? Mental health is worth talking about and something I've experienced with. Am I worthy, even if I'm happy for Twisted Metal? Yes, you are. No, I'm playing. Yes, you are worthy, even if you watch Twisted Metal. Everybody got a guilty pleasure. So that's yes, you are valuable and worthy, even in that case. JN, Marvel should just recast John David, Michael B. Boyega, Yaya as Kang. We finally get a black actor as a major villain, and then this. No, I disagree. So I don't think they should just recast, because recasting, I think, would even though they're within their right, they are within their right to recast. I think that recasting would look like a sign of guilt. I think it would look like they are dumping Jonathan Majors and citing against him. Now, here's the other thing. I've told y'all that, keep in mind, Marvel's unlike everybody else, unlike his PR team, unlike the other movies he was in, Marvel's in a compromising position because they hired both of them. They hired Grace and Jonathan Majors. So when you side with one, then you're already damning the other. I mean, what happens if you drop Jonathan Majors? So you're just siding with Grace Jabari. So what, you're being discriminatory against this black man that has not even been proven guilty yet? What happens if you side with Jonathan Majors and you don't know all the evidence? So now you just saying, screw you, Me Too movement. Not a good look. So Marvel right now, the best thing they can do is hold off because they have time. They have time, so that's fine. So here's a whole bold-faced lie. I don't know where she's going. You see, this is what fevers do. When you sick, and I gotta get out of here so I can get her medicine. Because she clearly got a fever that went to her head to come on here and say some talk about Carol's Christmas. I don't know why. Now I told y'all I don't hate on people liking what they want to like, but this might be the exception. It might. Man, go to sleep. It's already past your bedtime. Go to sleep. Coming in here with this nonsense. Anyway, I done lost my train of thought. Nonsense. Angel, what you got? Let's pray for making good, Megan Good, because she got in some mess. Lord, his lawyer shouldn't have talked so early. Well, I disagree. So, like, his lawyer did exactly what she's paid to do, which is to not only win the court to win the case in the court, but public opinion. There are a lot of people that believe, regardless of what evidence has come out, that Jonathan Majors is 100% innocent because they've only latched onto the early narrative that his lawyer dropped. And look, that's her job. She's supposed to do that. Now, I've been saying we need to wait for everything, but there are some people that are like, they don't need to hear nothing. They only heard what they wanted. They only saw the couple of clips of videos. They only read the few text messages that the lawyer only released. And that's enough for them. Hey, that's his lawyers doing their job. It's also a PR game, and they're doing it. They're doing it. So, let's see what else. Oh, I did have some others. So let me grab these here. All right, Tony, what you say? I just picked up Arrow Blu-ray Black Hat Director's Cut and the International Cut from Michael Mann. Why do you not like Director's Cut, Extended Cut, and unrated version, especially when it's better? So it's not that I don't like it. Because confession that I'll have is that one thing I used to really like with Blu-rays or DVDs is I used to like alternate endings. Alternate endings were things that I always liked because it kind of gave a different perspective of the movie, right? Now, you can sometimes get that from extended cuts. Now, I think what you're really referring to is what I was saying with Zack Snyder. Now, Zack Snyder was going out of his way to do these things. And in my opinion, sometimes when he would do it, sure, it would add necessary context and it would tell a better story, but sometimes it was also unnecessary because part of being a good director is knowing how to tell a story efficiently. You also cannot sit here, like, it's part of your job to tell the story not only from a business side but also a creative side, right? And I say this as, obviously, I'm not on Zack Snyder's level at all, but as an amateur video editor, someone who will put videos together, I understand the concept of telling people a story or getting a message across, hell, even telling a joke and not wasting people's time. So sometimes when you add too much fluff to a video, to a movie, it's unnecessary. And it's kind of like, look, did we really need that extra 5 minutes of this person singing a song? What was that? Was that in BVS or something? Batman v Superman, when that lady was singing something to Aquaman or what? Like, did we really need that? Did we? If we look at the Irishman or whatever, like, did we really need y'all sitting here having a conversation in the car about fish? Did we? Why are you wasting my time? So I get annoyed when the fluff does not add necessary things to the story and you just adding it because you feel it's important, but it really serves no purpose. But I don't have an overall issue with extended cuts or anything. If it matters, if it tells something that we needed to know, or if it explains something that was confusing, I'm all for it. All for it. But thank you so much, Tony. I really, really appreciate your contribution to the channel and in your support. I really do. Thank you. My man Reese, what's up? Let's see. You got a letter from Robert Downey and Denai Guerrera, I'm assuming, because you sent them a T'Challa letter. They like the letter. Let's see. You're gonna make me a letter. Okay. You have a good idea. Chadwick is 47. And have a very good Christmas from Reese's family. Reese, that is amazing. If you got a letter back from Robert Downey and Denai, wow, I'm jealous of you. That is amazing, and congratulations for that, Reese. That is really, really dope. And I'm sure that your letter was full of love and appreciation for the character, and I'm glad that you got that response. Good job on that, and have a great Christmas right back to you for your family as well. Dre, what you got? Would you like to Cal Hora? Who is that? Cal Hora. I don't know who that is. Let me see. Cal Hora, the Lost One. I don't know who that is. The Lost One. Oh, oh man, that's a deep comic book. Oh, the one created by the Beyond. Oh, yeah, I'm not even all that familiar with them. So that's on me. I guess I need to go back to the comics and research that one. Do we want him in the MCU? If so, which Avenger character's movie would you like to see him appear? Well, clearly, since it's a celestial thing, it would have to be in Eternals. That seems to make the most sense. But to be honest, I got to do more research. I had no idea who Cal Hora was, so that's yeah. I gotta do more research on that. I wish I knew more, but now I got something to go look up. So thank you, I appreciate that. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. We got some folks here. Okay, I think we can talk about what happened in on my trip. So this isn't everything, but I went on my trip um earlier this week and last week. I'm sorry, last week. And a lot of times I don't like to communicate when I'm traveling because I don't need people to know, when I'm on the move, and I ain't trying to put too much, you can't let everybody know what you're doing. Anyway, but one of the cool things was that I got to attend a couple of awards, and a couple different events. And I might have seen a couple people, nothing too crazy. But I can go through a couple of those now since we're here, and I can give you guys a couple stories about what happened and what y'all might have missed, because I only posted some of the stuff. I ain't posted everything. Okay, so let's go with day one. So and shout out to Amazon, because Amazon was the one to fly your boy out to see a couple things. I had already seen some of the movies, but this is a way for studios to make sure that you see their movies. Now, let me clear something up, because a lot of people think that, oh, well, if they flew you out, then that means you got to put out, and vote for their movies. That's not what that means. Because as a critic, I told y'all, when it's award season, you get 30, 40, almost 50 movies sent to you at once. And these are all things that you need to go through to consider for awards. And I'll be honest with you, you're not going to make it through all of them unless you go do this 24 hours a day. You going to all the film festivals. It's not going to happen. It's just not. So what they end up doing is sometimes the studios will fly you out, or they'll try to make sure that, hey, we know you got the DVD. We know we sent you the screener, but we want to bring you out to make sure you see the movie. Sometimes that works in their advantage, because you'll be like, dang, I didn't know this movie existed. I really liked it. Cool. And sometimes you'll be like, what the hell is this? I don't want to see this. Like, I don't like this. And that happens, right? So anyway, Amazon flew your boy out. So I was like, cool. I'm gonna go to some of these events and I'm gonna go do some other things as well. So while I was out, your boy went to the AFCA TV Honors Award. And this was the African American Film Critics Association TV Awards, where we got to honor a lot of television and it was television for this case. The film ones are happening later. But your boy got to go out there to Santa Monica and just kind of go out there and have my little champagne. But y'all, when I tell you, look at that. Look at that. I saw this legend walk into the room and I said, "Oh no, no, no. I got to go talk to this man right here. You're not going to have Danny Glover just be in the room and not talk." And here's the thing, you have to give these guys their flowers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sitting here like, yo, he's getting up there in age, and I'm just sitting here like, I've never met him before, and I had to make sure that I went and talked to him. I told him that I appreciated the fact that he was going to do that Toussaint Louverture Haitian Revolution movie. Now, this is when he was younger, but he was like one of the only ones that was actually going to do it. A movie about the Haitian Revolution. Now, your boy is a whole Haitian now. So, of course, I needed to go say at least thank you. Thank you for trying, because like that probably wouldn't have happened. And of course, listen, my knee's kind of bad or something. I got on one knee and I was like, hey man, I'm a little too old for this. Okay. But he's worth it. He is absolutely worth it. So, and then of course, another legend. Come on now. Delroy, you got Delroy Lindo right here. Oh, that right there. I told this man I appreciate him. I mean, going back to Crooklyn, going to all the way to the Five Bloods, to the TV shows he's on. This man don't never miss. I've never seen Delroy do bad in anything that he's been in, but super gracious. Very tall, by the way. He's like 6'3", I want to say. Yes, about 6'3", because I'm about 6'2". So he's a tall guy. But super nice, very respectful. I told him, I was like, sir, I have to give you your flowers while you're here as well. Because again, you're just too good. You're too good. So he was very kind about that. And then we got another legend. Come on now. We got another legend just walking in the room. And we got all three of them. You got Marla Gibbs. Come on, 227. We was just talking about that. 227. Now, there was no way I was going to let this happen and not jump in there. So wait, before we do that, I had to. Y'all ever watch P-Valley? Yeah, so that's Brandy Evans from P-Valley. I had to get the hair. Just the hair was phenomenal. I had to get a picture of the hair. And she's super nice. She's super nice. So if you watch P-Valley, I think she's like the main actor. I only saw like 3 episodes of P-Valley, and then it just was not for me. But good show so far, but it just not for me. But she's really good in it. Super nice lady, very cool, very down to earth. So she was there. But of course, I had to jump in and get into this group picture. At first, it was going to be me and my boy Sam and take a picture with her. But then Delroy was like, man, let me get out the way. I said, excuse me, sir. We would like to make this more epic. Please get in the picture. We need you in this picture. So yes, we got both of them legends in there at the same time. And I was super, super happy about that. And then of course we got Bubba Gump. I saw Bubba Gump in there. Super nice, of course, very gracious as well. He was very cool and nice to talk. He lost a little weight. This is Jessica Williams. I don't know if y'all know her. She is in Shrinking on Apple TV. Very funny show. It's got Harrison Ford, Jason Segel's in there. She's got a very nice she's got a very funny role in there too. She's also super nice, very kind. as well. She about my height. She's like 6 feet. She wearing flats too. But yeah, also very, very cool and talented. Ida Rodriguez. So let me explain why my face looks like that, because y'all see I'm cheesing a little too hard, and I want you to look at Ida's face as well. So here's the thing: while she was the host of the event, while she was hosting the event, I forgot exactly how it happened, but something came up about how to pronounce people's names, right? And she had to pronounce this other lady's name. Now, this lady was of the Caucasian persuasion, and she had a very European sounding name. I don't know. It was Malika Lakabavich, something like that. I don't know. But Ida did the best she could with it, right? She did the best she could. And so then keep in mind, we're at a black event. This is the African American Film Critic TV Honors. Okay. So this Caucasian lady, I think she was like, I forget what company she works for, whatever. She walks up to the mic and she says to Ida, she goes, it's Malaka Laka Taka 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 Laka Laka, whatever her name is, right? She goes and corrects her like that. And she was like, but you tried. It's okay. I was sitting there like, did you just go ahead and try and correct this comedian like that? Like, Ida's a whole comedian that will roast you. You with your you in a black space, and you just try to correct it. So when I walked up to Ida, I came up to her and I said, look, Ida, I whispered to her before we took the picture because we was talking first. And I whispered to her and I was like, Ida, I know good and well you wanted to snap on that lady so bad. And she came up to me and she was like, I was about to rip her a new one. Boy, I held back. I was gonna tell her, do. And who you talking to? Do. And she decides to tell me all of this right before we take the picture. So I'm cracking up. She switches into cheesy mode to take the picture while I'm sitting here looking like a whole goofy because of all these, and she's cussing under her smile. So I'm hearing her cuss this white lady out as I'm taking the picture, and she's not moving a muscle of her mouth. So this is why I'm cheesing and she's looking like that. That's the story for that. But it's just wow. And of course, you got to do your little goodbye pose. You got to do that, for the cameras, and then I saw little Miss Jennifer Hudson. There's no way I can run into Jennifer and forget the Chicago connection. I gotta be like, yo, Jennifer, what's going on? I gotta say what's up to my girl. And she was very kind to actually record a video for my daughter and just kind of give a little quick shout out as well. So that's the Chicago thing. She was just super, super nice about that. And of course, we got to represent wherever we go. So that was one of the events. And then there was another one. So now after that, and of course, go follow me on Instagram, follow me on Facebook as well. That's where I post most of the reels, the images and stuff like that. I'm just giving y'all the stories because ain't nobody gonna come back and look at the stories. Y'all can get the stories. After that, the bigger event that I went to was the Celebration of Black Cinema. Now, the Celebration of Black Cinema, I'm sorry, this wasn't that. Critics' Choice, because I'm a Critics' Choice member. Critics' Choice throws these individual celebrations, and they basically are meant to highlight. Oh, by the way, Common was not there. But these celebrations are meant to highlight different ethnic groups that don't really get enough shine in the big show, right? So we'll have celebration of Black cinema, celebration of Asian TV and cinema, celebration of Hispanic, Latino. So we'll have individual celebrations for each group. This year, because of the strike and because of all the stuff going on, they just decided to combine everything all together. So we had Asian, Latino, Hispanic, and Black all together. But it was more so of a Black thing than anything because we just have more stuff to talk about. So this is the event that you ain't got to fly me out for. I will pay my money for. Like, I save my money throughout the year to go to this. I'm gonna show y'all who was there and the stories. I'm gonna go through that. But one day, because I didn't realize that I failed y'all and didn't show y'all this. I don't think I did. But I don't think I showed y'all the first time I went to this event like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was the best show with the greatest talent that I'd ever seen. Just had no idea. But one day y'all gonna have to remind me because there's some embarrassing stuff in there. This was the first time I ever went to an award show, and it was the first time I went against celebrities of this level, like up there. Boy, the dumb stuff I was saying. Yikes. Anyway, that's another live, another day. We'll have to go through that. I haven't even uploaded those images. Like, that's something I just completely forgot about. But anyway, so this one, and if you followed, I think I posted on YouTube here and I posted on the other channels. You saw Jamie Foxx. I posted the video of Jamie Foxx's speech. This was the first time Jamie Foxx had actually talked about how he came after his health scare. This was the first time that he really got a chance. So I was able to record that. I posted that as soon as I could for y'all, but it's a super emotional speech. It's very funny at the same time. So this was definitely something you should go check out if you get a chance. It's like 11 minutes, but it's a pretty good story. But anyway, let me get to the pictures because y'all gonna want to hear the stories anyway. Y'all might recognize him. Hawkman himself, Aldous Hodge. He showed up. He was like one of the first people that showed up. It was him and his mama, I believe. Yeah, I think it was him and his mama that showed up, and super nice, super nice guy. The first thing we started talking about was Black Adam. I also started talking to him about his watch, because if y'all didn't know, he's into horror culture, so he's into watchmaking. And it was just wild to me because I was just like, yo, like you don't see a lot of Black folks making watches, but this brother does it. Like, he's been studying it for a long time. So that was pretty cool. I also told him I'm gonna need him to wear a shirt because he's making it hard out here for us brothers. Like, at least put a shirt on. Like, you can't come in here with some, with all the chest hairs popping out like that. Like, come on now. He forgot the rules there. But anyway, absolutely cool brother. Definitely somebody you want to meet. Then, of course, one of the better actors out there in Hollywood, and that is Jeffrey Wright. He has a new movie, that aka Peoples, from Shaft. I know y'all remember him from Peoples, but he is so much more than that. This guy is got so much range as an actor, it's ridiculous. So he right there, I had to give him his flowers as well because I feel like he doesn't get enough recognition. But he has a new movie coming out. It's called American Fiction. I strongly recommend that y'all get a chance to watch that movie. I think it's coming on. It might be coming on Amazon. It might be coming on Amazon Prime. I strongly recommend it. If you liked Sorry to Bother You, maybe not the ending, but if you liked the direction it was going in, you definitely want to watch this movie. It's a very original movie. It's a very intelligent movie. It's a funny movie. It's an emotional movie. Um, but it's a self-aware movie. But it is fantastic, and I hope he definitely gets something for it. I hope he gets some sort of award or whatever. Because he is definitely one of the best actors in Hollywood, unquestioned. Kemp Powers. Now, some of y'all might not know who Kemp Powers is. Kemp Powers is one of the co-producers, co-directors of Soul on Disney Plus. If you watch Soul, then you know that that barbershop scene, he was directly responsible for putting that barbershop scene in Soul. But more importantly, he is the guy that was also one of the co-directors for um, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. So I, of course, had to go up to this man and tell him thank you so much for making this, making that movie, both of those movies, or all three actually, because these are movies that I bought out theaters for. You mean to tell me you're the guy responsible for Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider? Absolutely. You about to, I need to tell you, I need to give you your flowers too. Like, thank you. Those are arguably some of the best movies in comic books like of all time, so I was really fun. It was really good talking to him. He does have some projects coming along that I'm really, really excited. I was like, bro, whatever you doing, I'm interested, I'm supporting because you get it. So that was just nice to meet him again. Super nice, very cordial, and all of that. So I was very happy to meet him in person. Y'all might remember him, Glenn. Y'all remember Glenn? He's from the Walking Dead, of course, from Invincible, and according to the rumors, anyway, he might be Sentry. In the upcoming Thunderbolts movie. And then the guy standing next to us is let me make sure I get this right, Lee Sung Jin. And he is the creator of Beef on Netflix. And I forgot, I think he's also going to do another project as well. I think he's doing a Marvel project, maybe. Don't quote me on that, but he made Beef. So I was like, yo, both of y'all, like, I'm just loving this that y'all both around. Who this guy is, I have no idea. Don't ask me. I don't know who he is. I don't know why he's standing that way. Things just happen at these award shows. Who knows? But Glenn, Steven, very cool, very nice. And I was just happy that they were there. Now I will say, no, I won't say that. Let me move on. Y'all might remember my man here. Some of y'all know him as Dre from Straight Outta Compton. That is Corey Hawkins. I had seen him from I saw him in the room, and I was just like, brother, I gotta talk to you too, because he is in The Color Purple. And I'm gonna talk about The Color Purple a little bit later, but he is phenomenal in it. He plays Harpo in The Color Purple, and he is great. He's great in that movie. I got a chance to talk to him, and when I tell you, the brother keeps it real. I even told him I liked him in that vampire movie, Last Voyage of the Demeter, and and all that. And I was just like, yo, like, you still did your thing. But The Color Purple is the movie that's coming out later. It's coming out I want to say on the 22nd of December, I think. But it's based off of the musical. So it's a movie based off of the Broadway play. And It's absolutely worth the watch. It is 100% worth the watch. The Color Purple is probably one of the best movies out that's going to come out this year, easily. Not even Oppenheimer, Killers of the Flower Moon. Go watch Color Purple. Go watch The Color Purple, and then come back and talk to me about that. And I would stress to anyone, The Color Purple. Hold on, let me put this out here. The Color Purple is one of the best movies to come out this year. And if you're a fan of the original from 85 or whatever, and if you feel like I don't know if it's going to compete, that's not what's happening here. That's not what this is. If you like the original, you're going to love this one because they both coexist at the same time. And this new one adds additional context that the original that you didn't get before. So if you like the original, you're going to love this one. And honestly, even if you haven't watched the original, you can still watch this new one and it's so good. I don't even like musicals. That's not something I look for. The same way all these old white directors be hating on superhero movies, I don't mess with musicals like that. But this Color Purple, oh, listen, some of y'all gonna be coming out the theater talking about hell no. Some of y'all listen, some of y'all gonna be singing them. Some of them songs. Some of them songs are catchy now, but it's one of the most entertaining movies I've seen all year. It's emotional, it's hilarious, it's everything you could hope for in a movie. But I would say that it is something that you want to see in the theater because it's a theatrical experience. This is not a movie that if you watch it at home, you're gonna be like, okay, I get it. Not to say that you won't enjoy it, but if you go watch it in a theater, you're going to laugh with people, you're going to cry with people, you're going to yell at the screen with people. Like, you will have a communal experience with The Color Purple. So, I had doubts about it going in. I was not checking for it. I'll just be honest. I thought that, like, how can you compete with the original? I don't even like musicals. I came out completely changed. I saw this thing twice and I was like, this is it. This is it. So, fellas, if you think that you worry because it's not for you, it's for women and all, nah, you can watch a good. If you like good movies, that's a good movie to watch. It's very hard. I haven't seen not one person go into this and be like, man, I haven't seen it. So I'm just saying it's a good that's a good movie. That's a good movie. Anyway, back to this. Corey, very cool. Great, great, great. Of course, y'all might know him, John Boyega. Saw this man just randomly standing there, and I said, bruv, we gotta talk. What's up? Now here's the thing. I cannot obviously reveal what we talked about, but I will say we definitely talked a little Star Wars. We definitely talked to Marvel. Okay. Um, and I let him know my opinions. I let him know that. Now stamina, did I get it right? Is it bruv? I know you from across the pond. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't know. And yes, he is short. He is a little shorter. This is once again, this is why I tell y'all, stop talking about height and actors. It does not matter. I'm 6'2". Look at him. He's about 5'9" ish. Okay. All actors in Hollywood are short. Stop talking about height. Like, I'm telling you, it does not matter. Cameras, angles, fix height all the time. But no, super down to earth guy, very cool. He was very nice, gave me a good, couple of minutes to just talk. And very funny as well. Very, very funny. But yes, he's Stamina said I did all right. All right. But nah, that's the guy right there. That's the guy. Let's see, who else did we see here? All right, look. I gotta explain this one. Now, this is not what it looks like. I mean, it is, but it's not. So that's Erica Alexander, aka Maxine from Living Single. I don't think I have a good way to explain how this happened. So, I was there with a colleague of mine, and I had met Erica before during WakandaCon, and this was back in 2018. And while we were in WakandaCon, She was there with her husband, right? Tony something, I forget what his name is. So when I saw her again, I was like, yo, Erica, how's your husband doing? And she was like, husband? What husband? And I was like, what you mean? I didn't know that they had gotten divorced. And, that was like 5 years ago. So I was like, oh, my bad. Sorry. So my guy started to tease me to her to be like, oh, he just trying to spit some game, trying to see what your status is. I was like, hey, man, listen, nah, man, I ain't trying to have no problems. That's no. I don't want no trouble, right? So now of course, she's like naturally funny. She is naturally funny. So she's playing along with this, trying to act like I'm trying to holler at her. I was like, I didn't, that's not me. I didn't do it. Like listen, and here's the thing, I already had my picture with her. And one thing I try not to do when it comes to celebrities and stuff, I try not to be a repeat offender. If I got a picture with you once, I'm not going to try and get a picture again, unless there's a different circumstance. So I didn't even want to take a picture, right? But as I was taking a picture for my friend, and we was trying to find like the right angle or whatever, because the lighting is like really crazy in there. It's really dark. So I took a picture for my friend, and then of course my friend being all like, he just an antagonizer. He just instigate. He was like, you need a picture with Erica. I was like, man, I already got one. He's like, no, you need a picture with Erica. So Erica grabbed my hand, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I'm trying to like look for the light, and she was like, no, turn around. Boy, just come here. So she pulled me in. She pulled me in. And that's how I got in that position. And I was like, oh, because you can see, like, she's actually holding my hand. She's actually holding my hand up. And I told her, I was like, look, I don't know how I'm gonna explain this to the wife. Now, granted, I did, but I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna explain this to the wife, but I had to give you the church, huh? Okay, I didn't get okay. I didn't. So now she's hearing the whole part. I did. Okay. Listen, it's not like that. So I told Erica, I was like, look, I got to give you the church hug with my hips out, because if you ever been to church, you can't like fully hug somebody. You got to, kind of put the hips out. And Erica was like, just tell your wife I'm leaning in on because my heels are tired. She'll understand. I said, oh, okay. But I still got to give you the church hug, So that's how that happened. Look, I ain't do nothing. I ain't pursue nothing. I had my ring on the whole time. I even told her I'm happily married. Okay. So pictures be lying. Pictures be lying. That's how that happened. That's how that prom picture happened. Let's move on. Charles Melton. You've probably seen him in, I forget what else he's in. What else is he in that y'all know him from? But he's in this new movie called May December. And I think people will like him. Oh, he was in Bad Boys. He was in Bad Boys for Life. I think he was in Riverdale or something like that. But he was in Bad Boys for Life. He was that other police officer or whatever there. So he was very cool, very he's a young guy, so he was very fun to talk to in that moment. But he's got a good future ahead of him. This guy, Ken Jeong, oh my god, Ken is so funny. What you see is what you get. What you see on TV is not an act. This dude is literally that funny in person. He immediately, and he's super humble. He immediately got up just to talk. And that is definitely so cool of him. But yeah, that is the guy. He is the guy. Oh, guys, this is just royalty. So Ruth E. Carter, was there. Obviously, she looks stunning. I mean, I think she's in her 60s. Like this woman is stunning. Just the fact that like she does all the costumes. She did them for Black Panther 1 and 2, and then of course she's also she's doing the costumes for Blade as well. She is like a handful, one of a handful of people that have like multiple Oscars and stuff and multiple awards. So this is like a walking legend. And I was just like, yeah, Miss Car, no. I have to take a picture. I have to, you know. But she is super, super nice and incredibly kind as well. But yeah, I had to make sure I get that. And of course, y'all might have known this guy. He sing a couple songs, does the rock and roll, I think. I saw him on his way out, and I figured I'd catch him real quick. Just say what's up. I mean, you don't need no introduction for Lenny Kravitz, right? Like it's Lenny Kravitz, right? Like that's it, you know. But he was kind enough to just stop and just take pictures with folks. So shout out to him. Not much of a conversation, but he was also, you know, like in a hurry. So that was cool. You know, one thing I've kind of learned is that you know, you have to learn how to read body language from celebrities. So this is just a tip for some of y'all. If anybody's interested in talking to you in general, their body will usually face you. If their body's like this and they're kind of like, they're trying to go away. They're trying to move away. So when I see some celebrities and I talk to them, or if I mention them, if I see their body language like this and they moving or something like that, I'm like, nah, it's good. You know, I like your work. Thank you so much. All right, bye. You know, but if they turn around and they fully engaged and they want to have a conversation, okay, now, you know, maybe you could close the deal with a, do you mind taking a quick picture? So he was really cool because even though he was leaving, he did stop for a couple other fans to just take a picture with them. And that was really nice of him. Who else we got here? Oh, so I kind of lied. I said her that I don't want to be a repeat offender, but this is actually my second time taking a picture with Taraji. Now, I had to kind of break my own rule because after seeing what she did, she plays Suge in The Color Purple, and she gives just a phenomenal performance. And I had to, I was like to Mr. Rod, I have to, like, can we please, you know? And I remember telling her that I was so appreciative of the fact that she does not allow herself to constantly be typecast. Because think about it, you know, it's easy to typecast Taraji and say, "Oh, you just the mean black lady," or "You the baby mama," or "You just the mama." You know what I'm saying? Like, it's easy to kind of typecast it. And I was like, "Yo, it was dope to see you in Annie. It was dope to see you, you know, doing Broadway. It was dope to see you in The Color Purple. Like, really just showcasing people. You know what I'm saying? That like you're more than just that stereotype from Baby Boy or whatever or Empire. You know." So she was really appreciative of that, and super nice. I mean, I've seen Taraji talk to like everybody, you know. So she is definitely she's definitely one of those type of folks that like she will give you that time of day and be cool about it. And she was very nice and very kind. Now this, let me tell y'all. So I'm not gonna tell y'all about what happened about how I got back here, but I your boy managed to get into the back room. All right, I got into a secret room. Don't worry about how that happened. But in this secret room, I just got to meet a lot of other people, right? And it was so funny because keep in mind, this is a celebration of Black and Hispanic and Asian awards. Nowhere did I expect that I was going to run into Jason Segel. Nowhere. Just nowhere. How I Met Your Mother was 40-year-old version. I mean, Jason's been in so many comedies and stuff forever. It was so funny. He's tall. Look at how tall he is. Remember, I'm 6'2". Remember that. And I think he's bending down a little for me. Okay, I think he's about 6'3", 6'4". Okay, but it was so funny because I'm sitting here, literally just got done freshly talking to Taraji. Just freshly off of Taraji. And I turn around and I see this big, tall, white guy just walking towards me. And I was like, Jason. And he was like, hi, I'm Jason. I said, Jason, I know who you are. I just said your name was Jason. And he said, I'm sorry. Do I know you? I said, no, you don't know me, but I know you. And I apologize because I've only seen you in movies and TV and you don't know who I am. I'm E-Man. It was the most awkward introduction I've ever had with anybody. But he was so nice and so cool about it either way. Now he was there obviously to support his other girl, Jessica Williams, who was also on Shrinking. But my God, it was just a random thing. It was super random, made no sense. But we went with it. It was fine. It worked. But it was nice seeing him there. Let's see who else was in the secret room. Let's see. Oh, y'all know him. I know y'all know him. Yeah. So ran into my man Obi, who King Quan, and he was back there. He was so nice. I mean, this is exactly the kind of guy, like what you see in interviews, what you hear, what everything is absolutely true. It was so funny because first I ran into his wife, and his wife, because I didn't know it was his wife, but I was like, oh, like, are you his publicist or his handler? And she was like, no, I'm his wife. I was like, that he got you holding cameras and taking pictures. She was like, yeah, I like to act like I'm his publicist just so that people don't bother me. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, And she was like, it was cool though. But it was so funny because I was telling him, I was like, man, sir, I've been such a fan of yours since like Indiana Jones, since the Goonies, and I told him, I was like, man, I loved you in Loki. I told him about Loki, this man lit up. He was like, oh, forget everything everywhere all at once. Forget all of that. This man heard Loki, was like, oh, you saw it? Oh, that makes me feel so happy. That's so, like, he lit up over Obi. And then I told him, I was like, hey man, I remember that you wanted to be in Star Wars and I'm rooting for you. Like, I want Kathleen to put you in, Star Wars. And he was like, yes, I want to be in there. I'm going to talk to Kathleen. I want to get in Star Wars. I'm like, look, I'm rooting, man. Let's go. I want you to be a Jedi and everything, So anyway, he is exactly just as cool and nice as you could think of. And such a sweet person, just a sweet person. Like he's excited to be there just as much as I am, like we both excited just being back there, but he was cool. Now who else came? Oh, got a little hot in here. Sorry, just so huh? You don't have to throw nothing. Go to sleep. Stop. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
I'm looking at your live.
Why are you looking at the live? It's just Eva Longoria. It was hot. I've been under the lights. Relax. Listen, let me just say, Eva Longoria is a very nice lady. Can I finish the story? She made Flaming Hots. It's a good movie. Go check it out. I'm not doing nothing. Sterling K. Brown. Next up. My man, as y'all know, y'all probably seen him in a whole bunch of different things. This Is Us, of course. And he is, so I went up to him and I had talked to him a couple years ago when he was out in Chicago for Marshall. And it was funny because he gave me this one interview where he talked about how I asked him, I was like, yo, what superhero would you ever want to be? And he was like, he wanted to be Green Lantern, John Stewart. And I was just like, yeah, that'd be good. Like he could do anything, right? But I made sure to tell him, I said, sir, I have a gripe with you. I got a real beef with you. And he was like, okay, what's that? And I said, well, I never gave you permission to consistently put water in my eyes every time you on screen, because that's all this man does. I don't understand how he constantly finds a way to put tears in people's eyes. That's all he does. He's just so good at it. It's crazy. But again, he's super nice, super cool. Exactly, the kind of person that you do want to meet. You do want to meet. Right there. Then let me tell y'all this. So I was sitting here. If y'all remember, now this is Bella Ramsey. If y'all don't remember, Bella Ramsey is Lady Mormont from the Game of Thrones, and also The Last of Us, right? Now here's the funny thing. While we were out here, I had seen this little kid running around. Y'all ever go to a wedding and during the ceremony or whatever, you see little kids just playing, running, trying to get their last bit of sugar out and stuff like that? That's what I saw. And I was sitting here thinking to myself, like, dang, who is this little kid? Now, I found out that it was actually the deaf kid from The Last of Us, the little deaf black kid. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw this other little girl running after him. And I was just like, what is this who are these? Where y'all parents at? I'm like, where are y'all parents? I'm sorry, I got into black dad mode. I was like, no, hell no. Where y'all parents at? Y'all just running around like y'all ain't got no home training, And then I look around and I was like, wait a minute. That's Bella Ramsey. So look at this. Look at this. First of all, she's short. Okay. First of all, she's short. Second of all, I'm talking to her. And she sounds like a 10-year-old. She look like she's 10. And she sound like she's 10. Do y'all know how old Bella Ramsey is? She is 20 years old. She a couple of days, months away from having a whole drink. I was like, what the? How are you 20? When did you stop growing? Because clearly, I'm literally looking at this little girl run around talking to me in her little kid voice. Is she a 20-year-old woman? Wow. Well, she gonna have a long career in Hollywood, because if you could still look like this in Hollywood and be 20, you got a future. Now the only thing she could tell me was that we will be enjoying season 2 of Last of Us. So, take that for what it is. I tried to get some information, but I couldn't get nothing else. Who else? Oh, who's the boss? Judith Light. Let me tell y'all my Judith Light story. Now, this might, I don't know, some of y'all young folks maybe y'all didn't watch Who's the Boss. So I was in the back room and I saw this white lady and America Ferrera back there. But they were like getting ready to present, so I didn't want to go bother them. But I kept thinking like, oh, that's just America and her publicist or whatever. Okay. And then people was like, that's Judith Light. I was like, what? Judith Light? Like from Who's the Boss? That ain't no Judith Light. What you talking about? I'm like, Judith Light got to be like 80 years old or something. And then, I ended up finding out that her publicist or whatever was there. So I started just talking to her publicist, just, whatever, just network a little bit. And then I was like, yo, I'd love to take a picture with Judith because, I used to watch Who's the Boss all the time, and and it's funny because I remember my wife was going through a rewatch not too long ago, so it was still kind of fresh in my mind. And so the award show is over, and she I had to go back into the main room to see where she was. And I go into the main room and I see Judith there, and she looks lost. So I said, "Excuse me, Miss Light, are you looking for your publicist?" And she was like, "Yes, I am." I said, "Miss Light, I would be happy to take you over." So I escort her over, to her publicist. And she's ecstatic. She's like, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you." And I think it was her husband with her or something. He was like, "Oh, thank you, young man. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Appreciate you." Like, I don't know why they were acting like I saved them from something, but whatever. But I did ask Miss Light. I was like, "Look, it would mean the world to me because, like, I saw you growing up. Would you mind taking a picture?" So then she was like, "Sure." So then she grabbed. Now look at this. Can y'all see right here? Like right here. This is her. Like, can y'all see that? That's her grabbing onto my arm. Okay. I was sitting there. I was like, "Wait a minute now, Miss Light. Now, you holding on a little extra tight here. Like, like hold, like hold on now. Like she kind of leaned in on that. Just a little bit tight on that." And I'm like, "Listen, like just But anyway, super nice, super nice. But the crazy thing is, like, you couldn't tell, and this picture probably doesn't do her justice. She does not look her age at all. Like, if you looked at her, she would look like a 50-year-old woman. And I'm looking at her, I was like, this no surgery, LA, how they be, no surgery, no Botox, no none. Just, I'm like, you got some Italian in you or something? Like, something got to be sprinkled in them DNAs or something, because you know somebody that old, I don't really see y'all looking like that all the time. But she is very well preserved, but super nice lady. Very cool, very generous too. I think she stopped for pictures with other folks as well. But that was just very special. And a lot of it also for me was just sentimental because I used to watch Who's the Boss with my grandmother. So it just kind of reminded me of my grandma, and like, I wish my grandma was around so I could have showed her. I know she would have loved this, but it is. But these are memories. This is just all that is. But that was cool. And then the man of the hour was also Coleman Domingo. Now, if you don't know who Coleman Domingo is, this brother right here oozes talent. Like, he is just so gifted as an actor. His range is ridiculous. He does have a new movie coming out. I think that's also on Amazon. That is called Rustin. Probably gonna put him in nomination talks at least. But he is also really good in there. And I was just really happy to just tell him, give him his flowers as well. Because he's just so good. And he's also in Color Purple. And this man, uh he plays Mister in The Color Purple, and he plays him well. Like, you might have thought of Danny Glover as Mister. No, he's also Mister. So he does a great job on there, and he's just super nice, very nice. Will talk to you, all of that good stuff. None of that snobby stuff or whatever. But yeah, that was definitely really cool to talk to. And then the highlight of the night was Miss Fantasia. Yeah. So Miss Fantasia, this was back in the secret room. Probably one of the most surprising and most humble conversations I had the entire night. Because what was cool about her was the fact that, remember how I told y'all about body language? Like, if somebody wants to talk to you, they're like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" Fantasia will look you in the eye, put her purse down or whatever, and talk to you. She does not do small talk. It's not like, "Oh, hi, how are you? Okay, that's nice. Where you from?" No, she will talk to you. And it was cool because I remember she asked me, she was like, "Where are you from?" And I was like, "Oh, I come out from Chicago." And she was like, so why are you still there? And like she didn't just ask that like just happens. Like she really wanted to know, like, why are you still there? And I had to ask myself, like, I don't know why I'm still. I don't know. It's cold out here. Like, I don't know. No, but I was like, oh, well, my babies are out here, and my wife and our families, and like, I don't know, work, And she was like, well, I asked because, and I forget where she came from, but I know she's from down south, and she was just like how, um, she doesn't live in LA, and I was like, yeah, I could tell because based off of all the people I've talked to already. Nothing about you comes off as LA, North Carolina. Yeah. So thank you for that. I was like, nothing about you is, says LA. And she was like, yeah, I'm in North Carolina. I go back all the time and it keeps me humble. And I was like, ma'am, it shows. It shows. It shows. And and again, super nice. It was funny because, and of course, I'm sure anybody that's from the South, I'm like, hey, how you doing? She's like, I'm a hugger. I was like, okay, all right. Listen, I don't want to get me too to none, so I don't lean for the hugs and stuff. But yeah, like you can definitely have a conversation with Fantasia, and I saw how she interacted with other people as well. Just she was talking to other little kids and she was talking to other folks, and just if she can give you her time, she will. So that to me was probably definitely a good highlight of the night for sure. I don't know why I just ran into Paul Feig. We both so let me just tell you. So like you see his jacket, it's all shiny, okay? And your boy's jacket wasn't too bad. It was funny because I'm walking around and he's walking around and we about to pass each other. And as we passing each other, both of us start looking at each other's jackets. And as we looking at each other's jackets, we was like, yo, I like your jacket. And I was like, man, I like your jacket. He was like, man, you looking good. I said, sir, you looking good. I was like, yo. And then we was just like, there's no way we can like not let us take a picture and capture this moment. Because clearly we in the cool jacket club. So we took a picture together and that was all. It was just really, really funny. Just how we had that quick, it was just a weird, quick moment of like, yo. So super nice guy. Very, very cool, very funny as well. But yeah, we was in the jacket club. But that's all. That's it for the night. There are some other pictures I have not posted yet because I did go to the Color Purple world premiere. I could not take a lot of pictures because every setting is not really meant for that. Like you don't want to look like a fan everywhere. But when I tell you who's who showed up, Tyler Perry was there, Oprah was there, Sierra was there, Fantasia was there, Taraji was there, Tiana Paris was there, Jesus, it's so many people that it's like it's just Lisa Ray was there, but it was just so many people there that like you really can't name them all. And again, you don't want to walk around looking like a fan taking pictures with everybody either. But you just kind of soak it in. But anyway, I'll post a couple of those on the Instagram, I think, later. I'm still waiting for somebody to send me a picture back. But it was definitely a good time. But and don't get it twisted. Like, the fun, the pictures are cool and all that. Oh, Angela Bassett. Yes, Angela Bassett was there, and I did talk to her. But again, not a picture moment, but I got to talk to the Queen Mother again, so I'll take it. God, it was so many things I forgot. But no, the main thing there was the networking. Like when I tell you the networking is 110% the goal out there, that's it. That is it. But anyway, guys, that's it. I don't know. One day maybe we'll do another story time or something with the LA trips and all the other crazy adventures that happen. But I want to thank y'all so much for staying up past y'all bedtimes. I know it's past my bedtime. Appreciate y'all holding me down for 4.5. Yeah, well, there was a lot to talk about, wasn't there? Wait, do we have oh man, okay, let me grab these before we go. We need the E-Man cut of the Snyder cut of JL. No, y'all don't want my cut because I cut a lot of stuff out. You don't know. Reagan, thank you so much. Congrats on the success of getting flown out to the award show. You met some legends. Big fan of Ida too. Out here living the dream as a side job. Yeah, and that's so crazy because it is just on the side. I'm like, man, if I had to do this full time, man, I don't even know if we'd have time. Like, just be out there. But thank you so much. MV, what you got? Reply, let's see. Spidey sequels. I really dislike Miles still only appearing in animated films, even though his uncle's in the MCU. People complain about Sony's plans, but Disney had years. MV is okay. Awesome. Yes, now we did hear that from Amy Pascal that a live action Miles is coming. So they're dragging their feet on it. I don't know why, but yeah, they need to hurry up because whoever they cast as Miles is going to probably grow up real fast. So y'all need to hurry up and find somebody, hopefully of the Afro Latino persuasion as well. But yeah, that would be great. And yes, I think that would make a lot of money if they cast it right and shoot it right. But thank you so much. Omar, what you got? I live in LA. Celebs are either very tiny or huge. This is facts. Ain't nobody in between. Nobody is in between at all. It's literally big or small. So many facts. That's true. That is so true. All right, guys, that is it. I want to thank y'all for hanging out once again. We will be back here next week. I'm gonna try and I'll be on top of the Jonathan Majors thing. I'll try and get as much information as I can. And keep you guys posted on things. But of course, we'll be here next week. It's the weekend. Please enjoy yourself. Have a good time. You guys know the routine. Wash your hands, wash your butts, and everything in between. And until next week, holla at y'all later. Peace.